All right, I think it's time. 10-7. Not a lot of people. Too bad for them. Let's go! Let's go! Good morning! We receive a bunch of awesome stuff this morning. That thing here just woke me up this morning really early compared to the usual. And that's because my doggy was barking. What's up, Hawk? Let's go! You amazing woman, how you doing? I was oh, let's go! Look how big they are. Look how thick they are. So these are the tires for the Datsun. I ordered them. You want to hug them? I will give it a hug for you. Look at this. And that's just two. Imagine that. So, okay, bye. Stay there. Basically, 245. 255, that's gonna be what we're gonna run on the Datsun. They are amazing. I know these tires quite well. I haven't actually driven those exact tires, but I'm using similar one on my BMW. So yeah, they are awesome. They are simply awesome. That's the kind of tire that will heat up quite well and quite fast. And then you just have a slight danger of overheating them on like some proper lap session because they are made to get sticky really quickly. So, and that's why I love them so much, because even on the street, just the heat from driving like a normal condition in summer, you can heat them up just enough for them to be super sticky. So not the one that will last the most, but definitely the one that will give us quite a lot of traction. So like I said, 245 at the front, 255 at the back. But do you want to see the difference between that here and what we used to run over here? Let me try to show it to you. I will try to show you in order to see if we can really feel the difference between. Oh yeah, quite a tiny difference there. So I'm gonna line up those lines. Let me do that. Let me do this. What's up, Orange? Oh hell yeah, some nice little rubber there this morning. Dual side. So there you go. Basically, it's weird because with the camera, we don't really see the difference that much. But if you look right about here, this is a 245, this is a 255, and I just lined up that line here with here, and I can see I'm bumping by a good centimeter wider on this one. Now, I decided to go with the 255 instead of the 275, because if you think of it, 275, it will be about that wide. So it will add quite like a big amount of rubber right here. However, I decided to go with the 255 for a budget reason. It was almost $100 more per tire at the back if I was going in 275. So for the first set of rubber, I thought, hey, you know what, that's gonna be enough. And now, you wanna see the difference between a front tire here, like that one, and what we used to have. That's a tiny bit lighter, hey? Rubber whiskers, well, they do have a few, but no, they do not have a lot. Like, there's just a tiny amount of them, but it's really not the same. So yeah, and it's racing tires. It's not like some full-on slick. It's just like you can see it's not a normal tire the way they are done over here, pretty much. But like you still have some rain evacuation line and stuff like that. So I mean, it's definitely a high performance tire right there. But overall, yeah, we're gonna be running that on the street. They are legal for the street and everything. It's all good. Yeah, exactly. Not much tread, but still plenty to be safe on the street. So that's what's cool with them. And also, one really, really big thing with them, and we already chat about it. This should be my outside. Is it? Yes, outside. And do you know why I can tell that? Because if I was, I'm just going to recenter here. If this is my wheel, we already said that on the car we're gonna run a proper amount of camber. So here we're gonna be tilted like that. This is the outside of my wheel, this is the inside of my wheel. That way, where I have the most tread, so that half of the tires, that's gonna be my contact patch when going in a straight line. And yup, you got it, Orange. More traction when cornering, because when I'm gonna be cornering, the weight of the car is gonna apply force on it, which gonna deform it to bring that part here in contact with the surface, which basically it's going to provide even more traction during cornering. And so that way you have less drag coefficient here, because basically like a massive amount of surface like that will technically give more friction to the ground, and in a straight lines it results in less acceleration compared to that. However, that could be problematic if we just have that because basically you have technically a bit less traction too, but like at the second you're gonna be cornering and sitting the suspension, that's gonna just bring the tires straight and it's gonna turn. The one at the rear, we might see if too much camber creates a problem or not. Usually you can just give a bit of camber and remove a bit of air from the tire to make it just go a bit more squishy on the ground, so that way when you're cornering it's coming straight. But if you remove a bit of air from them, you're gonna maybe increase the contact surface from that to that, and that will be plenty. So yeah. Do you rotate racing tires at all, or use them till the new one? I rotate them for the kind of racing I'm doing. I'm pretty much switching them from place to place most of the time. Now, sadly, with the Datsun, that's not really going to be a possibility, because basically, I mean, I will be able to bring like that one here. There's no rotation on those, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so I'm gonna be able to say, hey, the one that was at the rear left or the rear right, and switch them. Like I'm gonna be able to switch the rear and switch the front together. However, I won't be able to rotate to bring like the rear setup to the front and the front setup to the rear. That's what I'm doing with my BMW, because they are all 8.5 inches wheel all around, and I can with the same tires, same spec and everything. Now we decided to go staggered with the Datsun, which means we're gonna run 255 at the back, 245 at the front, 8.5 inches wheel at the front, 9.5 at the back. Obviously, I won't be able to switch them and rotate them as much, so it's gonna be closer to the race them till they die. So yeah, hey, that's quite a crazy view when you think of it. Like, holy tires, that's awesome, honestly. From skinny tires to thick tires to even thicker tires, that's gonna be so good. So super excited with that. Can't wait to receive the wheel and send them to a shop to get mounted. That's gonna be so cool. But for now, we need to throw them somewhere, and I don't want them to be in my way today, so I'm gonna throw them over here. I have two more that are still outside. I'm gonna have to take a look at them later on and decide where I'm throwing them. But for now, those are going to live right here. That's good enough. Front cam. There you go. And you want to see another crazy parts that we received yesterday. Whew, that one, man. Never thought I would buy that one day, and I'm so happy with it. All right, that's enough heat. If I can get it out. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Any idea? Car people will know. I don't know if I want to open it. I will, and we will just put the tape back on later, like right after we're done. It's not a muffler. It is not. Car people will know straight away. Non-car people will have no idea. I'm so happy with that. That's all go. It is not a radiator, but you're close. The design looks like one, right? This is what they call an intercooler. Intercooler basically is used on a turbo setup, and the reason you're using them is to cool down the air coming out of the turbo, because basically when you're compressing air in a turbo, what happens is that you're creating heat, because if you take like a gas and compress it really tight together in a specific volume, well, it's gonna create energy, and oh, it looks different from the one I've seen for real, because this is like the most like used aftermarket design. The one on factory car or Subarus, they are on top like that, but like basically this is an intercooler that is quite a classic shape and everything and size. Honestly, could have went a bit bigger, but for the car, it's the one that's gonna fit the best. I can see you through. And basically, I can use that size because under 600 to 700 HP, some people don't even run intercooler on those cars. But for me, on the turbo setup, it is a must. But yeah, so basically what happens with those is that you're compressing the air in the turbo. It's getting heated up because basically if you compress something, it creates energy. The energy is gonna translate into heat, and so the hot air will get in one side, and that acts pretty much just as a radiator. So it split your compressed air into different chamber, and through that it moves around and get cooled down by the airflow going in the front of the car, and it get out a bit cooler on the other side and go back into the engine to get burnt. And cooler air means better power pretty much, because that's so much like physics right there, but like molecules and stuff like that, when they are hot, they will tend to expand, and when they are cold, they will tend to shrink, right? And therefore, the lower the air temperature, the more oxygen you will have for a certain amount of volume, and for a specific volume, and that means you can push the proper amount of fuel based on the temperature of the air getting inside the car. And cooler air mean more fuel, mean more power. Pretty much anything means better performance, well, at least on the car. So that thing here would go technically somewhere at the front there, which is pretty amazing. However, on our case, usually people will run them like this. We're gonna run it like that, and there's a really good reason for that. If I'm going right here, right now I have a bender in front, but let's say we're just going right here, we're gonna be able to mount it in a way where we're gonna have some 90 degrees bend going straight through the grill right here. So basically it's gonna push through here, and it's gonna allow us to just connect it straight to the turbo here, which is gonna be a really short pipe, and then quite a short pipe from here to the actual air intake at the front. So that's gonna be pretty awesome, and it's just going to make our life easier. So the biggest deal is gonna be to mount that inside the car, but once it's gonna be mounted, it's gonna be just short, like 90 degrees getting in here. So basically here I'm expecting a bit of straight tube, 90 degrees, and straight into the elbow adapter silicone. It's a silicone joint at the front of the throttle body, and a bit of the same thing on the turbo side. I'm expecting a 90 degrees silicone joint, and then straight tube to the intercooler. So it's got to be a really short setup, which is great because basically the less amount of piping, the better response you're gonna have from the turbo. So that's pretty cool. I just want to test the actual 90 degrees for the intercooler because I already bought them, and I have some proper clamp for turbo setup. So these are, you can use like the classic stuff you will find in the hardware shop. However, that just means usually you can pop, it can pop off a bit more easily, just because it is not clamped the same way, it doesn't have the same strength. But yeah, on 15 PSI I wouldn't be too worried, but still. So technically if I remove that, I should be able to just push that right here. It's gonna need a bit of lube, but yes, it is the good size. And so basically if I'm going like that, I won't be able to pop it in today. What's up, Blue?
The pen is blue. The pen is blue.
Yeah, I won't be able to pop it in, but technically you can see that. This here, I'm gonna have my 90 degrees going basically like that. So we're gonna be able to fit that in the car. We can also trim those. They are quite long on both sides. So we might be trimming that to bring the band a little closer to the side here. And so it's gonna fit even better in the car. So that's pretty cool. So let's go intercooler, baby. That's gonna be awesome. Choo-choo power. So yeah, that was the big thing, and we received the part we were waiting for, the transmission also. So that's pretty sick. Blue, you missed the tires. Look over there. Big ass tires. Na 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 pew. Na 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 na. Bam bam. You want to see them on a close-up? Yeah, they thick. They thick and they are aggressive. I will bring them to you. Just give me a second. Gonna just cover that again, because otherwise I'm afraid of scratching it. I need a tape. Figure we play interchange last night. Might be 400%. Oh, you played together, Blue and Hawk? Nice. How was it? Nice, nice, nice. There you go, and let's throw that back in its box. Point. Let's throw the box on top of the radiator that you still haven't seen yet on stream, I think. But it exists, it's there, ready to get in, pretty much. Seems about right. Oh, that was the car. Oh, look at that, Blue. They are thick. All right, bit of a shit show, but I was focusing scavs, so that comes with the territory. One random scav just one tap me and then flick and one tap Hawk right after. What? Yeah, everything on the edge of the garage until we need to use them. So, and that's the small one technically, Blue. The other one over there is a centimeter wider because that's the front tire. The other one is the rear. So, yep. Thick. That's amazing. Yeah, I played with Peach practicing and all last night. And story time. Oh yeah, we're gonna shred the track. All right, story time. You know, we were practicing, right? So we were trying to do some PMC fight and stuff like that, and really like chatting up and going to stronghold and like fighting over there and everything. Well, Peach was mad after me, but for a good reason. We went to Old Gas after spending a few minutes in Stronghold and nothing happened. We heard some shot around like Old Gas, Power, something like that. And when I got to Power, the door at the back was open, so I just get across it to close it, and someone shot at me, but like he hit me a bit, but like not that much, and I closed the door on him, and I was like VoIPing the guy. Hey, that was not super friendly, what the heck? And he started chatting with me, like being super okay with me and everything. And he was telling me, I'm looking for LEDX, I'm coming on custom just to farm the airdrop, basically, and trying to find my freaking LEDX. So it reminded me of a good friend of mine. So I was feeling sad for the guys. So I asked Peach, I know we're supposed to kill, but like, that guy, we could let him go. Let's be honest. It doesn't matter. It's not the tournament right now. And she was like, okay. And yeah, there is much better place. And so we went back into Old Gas, and pretty much what happened is that I tried to go to the train, and there was a PMC right there. So I started shooting him, and he shot me back, and I got killed by a Tanyu. Like, I was pissed. And while Peach was just trying to get an aim on that guy, the guy who was looking for LEDX peeked from the train track and shot Peach in the back. And Peach told me, never again we're letting a Timmy live, okay? And I was like, yes, okay, I'm sorry. So yep, basically I got killed by another PMC, but the one we let live just betrayed Peach right in the back. So from then we just started blasting everything. That was funny. All right, guys, is it time to start working for real and not looking at awesome stuff? I think so. So what's the plan this morning? Trust no one, help no one. I mean, you know, I have that friendly guy approach, like, on my heart, you know? I don't want to kill anyone just for fun. No, that's not true. I love killing for fun. But, you know, I just like saw an opportunity to be friendly and I took it. And it didn't pay well, so you know. There you go. So for those who were not there yesterday, basically we have made a little box like here with the Milady hat over here that we're gonna be matching together like that pretty much. No, like that pretty much. And so from there we just need to weld everything together. So I decided I will fuck up with the butt and try to do some TIG welding this morning just for the sake of practicing. So that's what we're gonna do. And yeah, so let me set that up and we're gonna try to get something decent and fun. Also, I thought about it and I might try to put like a welding lens on top of the camera here, which means you could technically follow what I'm doing, which will be quite fun. So at least you could follow a little bit better. I'm gonna break that cam to bring the extension over here. And basically from there, I'm gonna try to grab the little lens I use for the eclipse, and maybe that will give us a decent result. So we're gonna clean it. Like so. Because that will be cool. If that works, that means you could see pretty well the welding action, because look, dual side. Oh yeah, I break the cam, right? I said it. Well, I will fix it right now. That one. Boom. So basically here, what I'm looking to do is to do that. That would be sick, right? So let's try to do that. Front cam. So let me grab some masking tape that I bring somewhere, and I don't know where. I think it's in the trunk at the moment, because we use that to plug temporarily some stuff. Yep. So we're gonna try to get a welding camera and see how that's doing. Just gonna make sure it's really secured. Dual side. Heck yeah. Oh hell yeah, I agree with that. Look at this. That's perfect, that's what we want. Front cam. So that technically will mean a decent point of view here. We're gonna take away a bunch of stuff here, and then we're gonna prepare ourselves for welding. Who's writing to me? Oh. Hey guys, I'm gonna be right back. I think I received a message to pay something or whatever for UPS, so I'm just going to listen to that. It's in the voicemail. So the green lines, what was that? The green lights? Regular, yeah, it was the neon lights. Well, it's LEDs, but basically on top here, and just through a welding mask lens. So I just put that on the cam, so when I'm gonna be TIG welding, you should have some. So yeah, I'll be back. So love you. I'll be right back. I'm back. Soon you'll be able to sub to BTFGNP chat. It's all good, man. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. Hey, alright. So, that was UPS, and I'm gonna have to take a look at this later on. They left a message. Alright. One thing I hate about shipping companies, and let's be honest. Yeah, fair. I mean, fair. But like, yeah, basically one thing I hate in... Thank you so much, Hawk. You amazing legend. You amazing legend. Let's go. Thank you, Hawk, for the gifted to orange. She didn't have, but I know she did it with a smile going up there like, hey, 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 hold my beer. I got this. Take that sub. I love it so much. Thank you so much, Hawk, for the gifted to orange. That's really appreciated. I love it so much. Sparkling heart, let's go! The smile on the face. Oh my god, you're amazing. So what was I about to say? Oh yeah, shipping companies. I hate them sometimes. How come on some deliveries from FedEx or UPS, both of them, they are the worst. How come on some deliveries I will receive a letter after the delivery telling me, hey, you have fees to pay? And I'm like, ouch, but why? I already have. Like that happened with the welder, where I bought the welder, paid everything, received it, and like 2 weeks later I had a letter saying, hey, you owe us $200 for that thing. And I was like, oh! First. Then you have also the nice one, which is email saying, hey, and that's mostly UPS usually saying, hey, you have a delivery schedule next week. You have a fee to pay. Can you pay it now on pay now, click here.com, click, boom, paying, boom, done. That's mwah, chef kiss. That's fantastic. And then the one I just had right now, where it's an automated message, like it's in your, it's
Shut
a
up,
phone
MPV.
call. Hi Ollie, how you doing? So it's basically a phone call saying, hey, you got a delivery schedule for the order number 1Z7R47. And you're like, dude, and like you don't know which one it is, you don't have no clue. I think it's the wheel of the Datsun, but I'm not sure, so we'll see, and we'll need to take a look. You didn't heard that before, Hawk? She said that on her stream. I clipped it, and PV sent me the audio, and I just add that. Her first message, every single stream is like that. How you're doing? Yes, we love Hawk. Everybody loves Hawk, let's be honest. How you doing, all? Thank you so much for being here. So I was just bitching about the delivery companies like FedEx and UPS, because it's always like, it's always a bit shitty. So now I have fees of an unknown amount for an unknown package. I have a tracking number, but that doesn't tell me, like 20 letters and numbers do not tell me what that is, and I need to take a look at that. Yeah, that's a true fact there. That's a true fact. That sucks. That sucks so bad. Oh my god. All right, let's start working. Those joining, I've already shown it like twice, but those joining in, I'm looking at you, Holly. You want to see the big ass tires we're gonna have for the Datsun? Like even non-car people can enjoy the fat tires like that. And that's the front tire. It's not that much of a difference with the rear one. The rear one are just a centimeter wider, but they are the same thing. But look at this little beast here. It's small. It's small, and you can tell that it is really not sporty at all. All good. We need to handle the power. I just dropped something on the ground. There we go. So big fat tires, like we love them. In that case, guys, bigger is better. Bigger is better for those. All right, time to start welding for real this time. So we're gonna start welding on you, I guess. We're gonna set that on fire for sure. That's going to happen, but otherwise, I don't know which one's gonna be the hardest, which one's gonna be the easiest. I'm gonna start with that one at the bottom. I think I have a thicker material there, so that's gonna give us a bit of practice there. You won't see anything if I'm doing that, right? Dual side. Nope, nothing, perfect. Front cam. So that's perfect because that means it might work. Basically, those who were there during the eclipse, I did that setup outside with a lens, a welding lens on top of the camera, and I want to try that again today, but with some actual welding, which might give you the opportunity to see a little more what's going on when I'm welding here. So we'll see how that's going, but if it works, that will be amazing. All right, I will take out the mess here. By mess, I'm talking about the welding cables and all those stuff, the torch and everything. We're gonna get ready. So we're still in the aluminum setup there, so we're gonna make sure we're switching our tungsten. Nailed it. Yeah, look at that nut over there. I don't like that. So let's switch that. We're gonna be also sharpening the other one. To make sure we have the best result out there. There we go. Let's put back the aluminum one. Boink. Boink. And so from here, we should be able to just go ahead, send that in, set up the rest of the welder. I don't think it's gonna be too intense on the welding machine today. Technically, that's always a thing. Technically, I'm gonna go grab my drill. We're gonna sharpen that. But yeah, it's quite some thin material with air behind it, so we might not be able to go too high on the amp. It's still going to be too much for the butt, but we're used to that. Nailed it. Gonna make a mess there. I can feel it. So basically, those who were not there yesterday also, we are working on the fuel system right now, and we are basically modifying the trunk to fit the said fuel system. Did I say fuel system at first? I'm not sure. Yeah, so we're working on the fuel system and we're trying to make everything fit because the fuel tank was too high. So we are now extending the trunk to make sure, or removing actually some space from the trunk to make everything fit. So let me sharpen that. Loud noise. we decided we're going to TIG weld the box we are doing just for the sake of practicing. Why did you? Because that's gonna be just fun. So, yep, there you go, there you go. So we're just gonna do that here. That's gonna be a fun little test there. So, yeah. That. I remove the AC, gonna open the gas bottle. Technically can turn, gonna wait before turning that on. Need to bring my pedal over there. Pump. And a chair, cause I need a chair to work well. After that, filling rod. There's a bunch of things when working on that kind of stuff. So milled steel, that's gonna be the one we're looking at. So guys, all I'm expecting from you is telling me if the camera angle and everything looks great when I'm gonna be welding, and tell me if you see actually something or not. I think you will. I don't know to which point. So that's where everything's going to matter and take place, and like you're gonna have to tell me what you're seeing with words, which is weird. There we go. So we're gonna start with a lower current, I think. I think 85 should be pretty good, because it is some really thin material, to be fair. So we're gonna see how that's going. Whew, TIG welding. So if the string cut, it didn't happen since we plugged everything correctly, but if that ever happened, bear with us. I'm gonna be back, don't worry. And otherwise, well, the bud's gonna go bad and everything. I don't think I'm gonna use the mute at first, just to see how that's going, okay? So we're gonna try to make that happen here and make some miracle. Hopefully the camera angle is quite good. I think that's not too bad. All right, we're ready. It switched. Dual side. There we go. Okay, we got this. First weld of the day. I need to take that out. There we go. I really need to make that cable go all around. Let's go. That didn't work as planned. It worked perfect. I'm gonna start on the top because I feel like something that was not happy in there. So we're just going to take a little step back and try something else. You're seeing something when I'm doing that? That's awesome. All right, so that's not the greatest weld so far. At the bottom, I think I'm gonna have to brush what's behind the actual metal, because basically I just threw a big hole down there because I'm not like on the edge pretty much. I'm gonna push the current slightly up at 80. and we're gonna try that again. Till now I just destroyed my tungsten a little bit. Let me sharpen it a little bit more. Okay, good. So I'm gonna try maybe to change the angle then. That could work. But if that works, that's awesome. All right, I just resharpened that. So, you said my hand is kind of blocking, so that will mean maybe more like that. I'm gonna try that. Just slightly moved it, so let's give it another try. Too much heat. All right, so far it's not a work of art, but it is working. All right, it's not perfect, definitely not perfect, but it is going somewhere. We're gonna try to flip that around and do the other side here, and I'm gonna try to get better, because you know that's the idea of practicing. So I'm really not constant, like I'm not going through that really well. It's a bit, the edge is really hard to do. Let's keep trying. That definitely felt better there. It's not bad. Yeah, the end there was really better. Let's keep trying. No, I opened the end there. Let's try to build something. There we go. Hey. So it's still working? You're having a view of that? If so, that's cool. That side is better than the first one for sure. I'm gonna show it to you afterward. I'm gonna try to go and do the last back section there. Then I think we're gonna have some cleanup. I can close that one. All right, so I think I contaminated a little bit the tungsten. We're gonna see. All right, that side, that corner is a bit, I don't want to talk about it. I mean, it's still better than failing with a MIG, that's for sure, but it's not beautiful. Ah! I just dropped the fill rod. All right, let's try going down there. Well, we did something, I guess. Tell me I'm not out of gas. No. All right. There we go. So one more edge going down, and then after that we should be close to getting the bottom end done. Just need to find proper view angle of what I'm doing here without hiding everything for you. Yo, that one was not bad at all. That one went pretty straightforward. That was fire. All right, can I weld the bottom there, or is it going to do the same freaking thing? Let's try again. I'm gonna open the garage door a little bit, I think. Front cam. Front cam. Oh yeah, it won't work anymore. Oh. I think I have a bit of a problem. Oh, the smell. Let's bring some fresh air in here. Was going well though. So definitely we're gonna have to fix the underside here, but otherwise it's going pretty well. Yo, that weld was decent. So corner like that, applying material in there, no problem. Edge like that I need to do a seal on top, MIG and TIG, I have difficulties. Because that one here is looking really, really good. I'm gonna show it to you, well, probably able to hold that right now. So, that's not great. Nothing's really great. It's working, but it's not great. And then you have that one here, if it can focus on. Hello. Come on. The other camera has better autofocus. There you go. That one there at the bottom, like you see the difference between that top edge and that, how smooth it is. That's crazy. But everything catched on fire. Well, alright, before the girlfriend comes out or anything, maybe I will just do that. Just that one should be good. Point. All right, let's keep going. Practice makes perfect. Yeah, exactly. And like, I know where I have a bit of more of an easy time. I'm gonna prepare another filler rod while I stop. And I know where I have difficulties, and those top edge, I'm always afraid of going through, and that's pretty much what was happening. So I'm so focused on that I'm not at all taking care of the pace I have. While at the bottom there, the pace was really, really good. All right, let's go. Gonna complete that at the bottom. I would say dual side, but it won't work. Sip of coffee, sip of coffee. Can't wait for it to burn again. I will need to take a look at the VOD again to see how that was looking. I'm really curious. All right, let's go. Whoa. All right, I overheated that and I dig a big ass hole right through. So, you know, when I was saying I was doing great, well, not anymore. let's try to fix that hole now. It was going so well. The weld was really good, just a bit deeper than the first one I did. So let's try to do that. Alright, that's tough, but it's working so far. Come on, give me my rod back. Dude, that's so disgusting, but at the same time, it's gonna work. It's not a work of art, let's just say that. Hey, I feel the hole. Oh my god, that's bad. It's not looking great at all. I won't show it to you. Hey, what's up, Martyr? Yes, doing some welding action there, practicing TIG welding and on not great surfaces, and so it's really hard, not gonna lie. I'm having a hard time right now, and I'm setting everything on fire now. But hey, like Orange said, practice makes perfect, so I'm just here practicing, and basically I'm making my life a bit harder because surface prep is not great. There's different kind of metal there. My sheet of metal is melting way faster than my filler rod, so a bunch of different things like that that I just need to try to figure out and play with the different parameters. So that's what I'm doing right now. So let's keep going. Setting everything on fire.
Dumb ways to die. So many
Pretty
dumb
much.
ways to die.
Yeah. Hey, that one's decent. All right, that bottom one is really good. Yo, shit's on fire. Yes, it is. Can I take it from here? I think so. Hey, look at this. The bottom one, don't look at the top one, okay? Yo, that one's decent. That bottom one has a good pace and everything. Started from the top, now we here. Top one is ugly. Bottom one is really not bad. Yeah, we'll be screaming, not gonna lie. Yep. Really happy with that, how that bottom one turned out. Let's try to fix that hole, and we have one more edge to, oh man. Oh, that side is gross. Oh, so not beautiful on that side. Gonna see how that's holding together in the car later on. All right, can I remove part of you, man? If I can, that means we won't have that much fire in there. Let's try to do that. You see a hole? Yeah, there's a hole, but we're gonna fix that. It's no big deal, okay? It's no big deal. Nothing a welder cannot fix. Welder is hot glue for adult, okay? No. No. I'm just going to remove a bunch of that quickly, closer to the edge. So there's less chance of it catching on fire really bad. And there we go. Should be good to go with that. So it's not perfect, but it's doing the job so far, so let's keep going. And I just threw my mouse on the ground. Hey, we went and mudded her, Cheryl. There you go. Easy. Longest edge. I don't know why at first I think I just threw too much voltage and it went straight through, because that's the really first place where those two little holes are right now, because yes, there is two. So we're just gonna start again, but slowly. So see, I was able to fix one. And expand the second one. Look. All right, it's almost fixed. There you go. No more hole. Now all we need to do is to lay down the proper thingy here. Is it on fire? Nope. Perfect. Let's try to lay down the proper pass there. I'm shaking too much. No. I put another hole in there. It's hard. It's really hard. I'm not good. Without fire. All right, it's really not beautiful. I'm so ashamed of that. Well, let's keep going. We got this. We got this. What the fuck? I'm just throwing a hole in there. Too much heat, probably. All right, the last section there. Smokes! That section went pretty well. Is it going to be a work of art? Not at all. There we go. Well, at least it's welded. Hopefully the next one's gonna be easier because there's no nothing. I need to do what you are doing to have to weld my trailer, so I have to practice. Yeah, pretty much I would say trailer you will probably not go with TIG welding but MIG welding, and it's gonna be technically easier because it's more straightforward. It's just not giving as much as a beautiful aesthetical result. I wouldn't say what I've just done is any of that, so you know. Yeah, practicing is probably just the best way to go. No matter what kind of welding you're looking for. All right. Time to try that one. I could maybe try to weld it from inside that one. That way it will be just easier for me to lay a proper weld. I'm gonna reduce the voltage to 70 because I really feel I was always throttling on that thin metal. So yeah, I think we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna try to lay a bead from the inside there. Because we're gonna need to practice. We need to do an exhaust system, so you know. Another filler rod, because that one's getting done. But once we're done with that and we are welding in the car, we're gonna be able to just go ahead and keep going on the freaking fuel system. At least with the garage door open, it helped a lot. All right, we're ready. Gonna try to set the camera differently. Maybe here I won't be too bad. Maybe you're gonna be able to see something from there, I'm not sure. Or maybe I should do that. Alright, I'm gonna try a different camera angle. Hopefully you're gonna be able to see. That's gonna be a tough one. Alright, that's not too bad, but I have a bit of difficulties with the pedals. Let me try to reposition. I'll try to complete the side there. go. Obviously this is not a welding table, so that's why even the table is catching on fire. Ah, I knew it. I threw a hole in there. Alright, I'm gonna have to let it cool down. And I'm saying that as I keep going. Trying to fix my problem there. Oh, that could work. Alright, that's really difficult. I'm sorry if the angle is not great right now. I'm moving everything quite a lot. I'm just trying to figure out a way to make it happen. All right. I contaminated my tungsten. Yay! Need to go and sharpen it again. Really tough. That's gonna like quite a tough morning this morning. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm doing a mess right now over there. It's really not great. I'm focusing too much on the mistake. So it's not making it easy for me. There we go. That might be better. Also, I wonder if I'm not starting to run out of gas. Let's try again. I'm out of gas. Almost sure. Let me check. No! So it wasn't my fault there. Whee! That might have been why it was hard also on the other one. I felt like it was way harder, but if the gas tank was too low, it might have not been enough for it to provide us properly. Well guys, we're out of gas. Let me start the butt again because we won't be using the TIG welder. We're not out of gas in the MIG, so I guess it's gonna be a MIG time. that, and let's do that. Let's do this. All right, so yeah, pretty much what happened there. I think one of the reason I'm gonna put that there, I don't care. I think one of the reason even the first piece here was so hard to weld, like it worked, but it's not great. I think it's because we were maybe going low on gas. So yeah, I mean, it's gonna do the job. It's not beautiful, so it's really not beautiful. Probably something we could do again later on. But it's all right. First iteration of something cannot always be perfect. That's exactly why I'm not putting the full on money on the full stainless exhaust system. Oops. And like high quality stuff for the exhaust, because I know it's maybe going to end up like that, being like something I'm like, not up to my expectation, but at the same time I don't have like the skill yet to reach those expectations, so you know, it's gotta be what it's gotta be. There we go. So first one, lovely little cooler color. Heat went a bit far from the edge, I will say. That's mostly it. Otherwise, pretty good. Like I said, gonna do the job. I don't think there's any obvious leak through it, so that should be good. We should prevent quite a lot of smell in the car, and it's gonna be also sealed. That one here, not working great at all, and dig a big ass hole through it, mostly due to the fact that we are TIG welding it with no gas. So we're gonna go ahead and grab ourselves a little MIG welder over there, and we're gonna bring it here and try to just finish welding that. We won't stop here for today, that's for sure, and that's not going to prevent us from completing that part of the fuel system. That's for sure. Too much things to do to stop there. So let's push that back in. Hup. We're gonna need to go buy a new bottle of gas, which means we have welded with it, and that's fun. At least that means something. That means practice happened. But we did weld quite a bunch, like aluminum stuff and a lot of different things, so I'm happy with that. Let's do that. Let's do this, and let's see if I can grab that and bring it all the way to the back. Well, front. Because that should be pretty straightforward. And basically, the TIG welder will give us a better end result technically, but so far what we had, except like the last 2 beads on there, I wouldn't say we were like far from a MIG welder there, so that's why I'm not too bothered with it. I'm like, man, part of the game. How am I going to make it go through there? Did I ever told you that I feel like sometimes I'm lacking a bit of space in here? Can I make that happen without throwing it on the ground? Yes. Whew. Can I bring it a bit closer? Yes. And how are we doing on that gauge? Not bad, we should have plenty for this morning. Gonna go in A setting because I think that's gonna overheat pretty easily. So going to try to do it from the inside there. It feels so weird to just have that for the MIG welding. So that. Let's bring a cutter. And now it shouldn't bug anymore, so that's that. Oh, let me try to find a cutter. There, no. Well, that one does the job. Dual side. And now the butt won't fuck up, so that's cool. All right, we're ready. Let's try that. Let me know how that looks like. Hopefully it's gonna look good. Let's do that. All right. It's looking so much better. Let's keep going. Alright. There we go. Not the best, not the worst. There we go. That should be pretty much sealed. Hey, sounds good, Blue, no worries. All right, that one's looking great. Gonna keep going on that corner to finish it. All right, that one's looking great. I think I figured out it's quite thin, eh? So we're gonna go ahead and keep going with small, not tack welding, but like just small chunk at a time. Because if you want to see what that's giving us, front cam. So that side here is when I'm trying to go all the way through. And that side here, which I cannot show properly, but like you see the pattern right there. That here is when I'm going small, little by little. It's really even and all stitched together. And that side is providing too much heat overall. So we're gonna keep going with just small tack method, and I think that's gonna be the best. Let's go to the other side here. Try to do that full on side, and then we should be good to keep going like that. Dual side. I think that's gonna be good. Hard to tell. I think it's gonna be good. All right. There you go. All stitched. That's not usually the strongest welds, because basically you're not doing a proper bead all the way through, but that's not structural. All we're expecting from it is to actually be like like sealed, not structural, like strength, just really sealed together. All right, so that one here, I'm gonna try to just maybe do that, do this, just so they stay together. There we go. So that's all the bottom edge being done pretty much. So now we have two small edges to do on the inner side there. So let me try to do them. That was one. I think you're gonna be better like that. Let's try that. There we go. Let's try to finish that a bit better on this side. There we go. And now that side right here, I'm gonna use the clamp to hold it in place. Probably get something decent here. You don't see, all right, let me check. Because you don't see when I'm welding at all. Let me check if the camera's dead. Okay, last putt wasn't working. I was probably just not aimed at it properly. That one should work, I think. Let's try. That's the last section also. go. Yay! Front cam. Good, that will be the thing welded. So that one we all welded that from the inside. It's not looking bad at all. Like that section over here is really the worst one because that's the one where the TIG welder was out of gas, but otherwise I don't know why it won't focus that much, but hey, let me remove the lens right here. That's just going to be easier. Dual side. Dual side. It's not working anymore. Dual side. Why does it feel like my nose is full of rubber, burnt rubber right now? I don't know. That's weird. Point. Let me try to push you back a little bit. There. Let me grab my gloves because that's probably still hot. And that one's focusing usually a bit better. So let me try to show the welds even better. It's not great, honestly. It's not my best work ever, but that here is pretty decent. It's like fun to look at and everything. Like overall, and that's where you can see how the heat just spread. Yeah, the rest is decent. It's one side where I was lacking of gas, and it's just the same thing. So I really think the gas bottle didn't help me. I was able to lay a good bead at the bottom here, like, but it's nothing too crazy, and the top is really not that great. But I know those kind of corners, I have difficulties. I would have a better result welding them from inside, but hey. There's worse than that. As long as they are still fitting on top of each other, which is kind of ish the case. Gonna have to buff a little part here and there, but otherwise it's good. Gonna grab the buffer. We're gonna remove the tab here that we didn't need. Gonna turn off the welder now that I think of it. How far are you from the airport? Oh, let's say 30 minutes. But at this point, as long as you are at the airport, it's not too bad. I just disconnected the cam. So the cam you're looking at right now is inactive. Yeah, about 30-35 minutes, I will say. Quite random. Yeah, you didn't know Hawk is now my sugar mommy and she's paying me a trip in the south. So she's making sure I can make it to the airport since my car's not working because obviously the engine's not plugged in here. We're going in the south. She's gonna hide some cocaine in my baggage, and I'm gonna get arrested and spend the next 20 years in a prison in Australia. Fun fact, that happened to 2 girls from here in Quebec. Like literally. Some random old ass guy told them, hey, you want to go all around the world, like on a trip, on a boat and all? Like, I don't know how you call them, but you know that fancy rich ass thing. People are paying and living on the boat for a while. In French, it's croisière. I don't know what it is in English. And so they just didn't think of, oh, that's sus. And they just went on, and when they arrived in Australia, their baggage got looked at, and basically the guy just told them, do not look at your baggage and just go through like nothing, there's nothing there, okay? And they were like, okay, and they went through, got their baggage searched, and there was cocaine in there. Sheesh! Let's go! Good morning, cocaine in your baggage, Wiz. What's up, everybody? How you doing? Let me fix my cam. I just broke it. How was the stream? How was arena this morning? Watch a bunch and then came in here to start welding, and I smoked the entire garage. What's up, my man? Let's go. How you doing, everybody? Welcome by my amazing little garage full of shit in here. We're getting a Datsun done, so welcome. If you have questions, do not be shy, just ask. It's gonna be with great pleasure.
Hawk Crux just joined the crew.
Another hawk in the place. Let's go. I swear I was holding it for a friend, pretty much what the girl said. So hey, let's go, everybody.
Coward
Look at
Chimbus
this.
just joined the crew.
Dual side. What's up, lady O? Good morning. There you go. TFG, if you're still in there, look at this beauty. When does it run? Hopefully in about a month. I will say this morning we received tires, we received the intercooler also, so doing pretty well there. Look at that, wow. So we're gonna start fitting turbo and intercooler stuff in not that long, so yeah. Wanna see the tires, guys? Ugh. Front cam. It's a small tire. Look at this. All small. All small. Hey, thank you so much, Tabas. Yeah, thank you. That's a 1979 Datsun. So welcome by, everybody. Anyone new in here? Not the first time TFG is rating, but like probably some of you are here for the first time. Well, since last summer, I started streaming almost full time. I won't say full time in PV. And basically what we're doing is we took an old 1979 Datsun that I've been owning for the last 10 years and never ran properly. And we started to do a full-on mechanic swap. Pretty much everything on the car, mechanic-wise, gonna be in the 2000s. And what I mean by that is that nothing has been untouched. Big brake kit, suspension, engine, obviously. We're going turbo setup. Steering setup is now with an electric Subaru power steering, stuff like that. So did a lot of work to the car, and we got some really spicy little parts in there. The only real thing left from the mechanic is like the differential, but even that got an LSD upgrade in there. Yes, that's an LS, my boy. So LS turbo, that's a 6-liter LQ4 upgraded with a bunch of parts in the internal. Went from, I stripped it entirely, sent it to a machine shop, they refreshed it, and we rebuilt the entire thing live on stream, gapped the ring, better bearings, stuff like that, Gen 4 piston and rod. So as is, the engine should be outputting about 400 HP, and with the turbo we're aiming at 600. Dual side. So as you can see, big brake kit, Wellwood big brakes with a spicy coilover setup over there. So a lot of things happen, and we have some custom subframe underneath here, allowing us to adjust pretty much anything we want on the car. So yeah, and right now we're working today on the fuel system that has been a little pain in my ass lately, but we're getting over it. So basically the big thing with that is that it was not fitting. Of course. Oh, no, we're swapping something and something's not fitting. No way. So yeah, that's pretty much what happened so far, and we're setting everything on fire this morning. Sounds good, Wiz. Have a good lunch. Yeah, pretty much. We're gonna run basically that. We're doing automatic to manual conversion. We're putting in boop, a spicy little T56 Magnum rated for 700 feet-pounds of torque. So is Ari still gonna let me drive it? Front cam. We never talked about you driving it. Like, if you're coming over here, I'm ready to let you borrow a car, but not that one. I have a little Honda Fit manual transmission, perfect for you. Perfect for you. You might be allowed to drive it in my driveway if you want. Like, reverse 10 meters, go forward 10 meters, call it a day. So yeah, pretty much a lot of things. So for the project, I installed a hoist in my garage. I bought a TIG welder. I already had the MIG welder. I'm not a welder. I learned live on stream, and we're still not that great from the exercise we did this morning. But yeah, it's a learning curve and everything. So we're doing quite good, and we are in the few miles of the project. I have about a month and a week to get most of it done. My goal is to make it run. I have basically I have a 78 Pontiac Trans with Trans Am with 500 HP. Let's go. I have a 1986 Camaro on my side. I don't think I'm gonna keep that car for now, but yeah, I have a small block 400 in it. So yeah, basically, I own that Datsun for the last 10 years, BMW M3 E36 and Camaro Z28 86. And so, yeah, I've been working on those cars here and there. Oh shit, 468, that's intense, man. I think mine, I will need to check, but I think mine has been modified because like it's a car that was to my grandmother, got a new engine in it. It's a 305 from factory, and I think they just did a bunch of modification to make it a 427 or a 47, I'm not sure, but I know it's not supposed to be stock. And like, it's a fun car ish. Like, for what I'm doing, it's nothing compared to the BMW, and that even if you got that V8 torque in it. So that one's gonna be pretty much the all-around car, which means I'm gonna be able to have some grip, a lot of steering angle, working on looking forward at doing lapping and autocross with it. So yeah, well, you're on the right stream if you love to watch people building and throwing camera to the ground and like being around. So welcome by. Nice. Yeah, I'm more an autocross and more yeah, really autocross guy. I'm doing a lot of autocross with my BMW and also lapping guys. So that's what I'm looking forward to be able to do with that little car here. So today what we have to do is throw that welder back in here, and we need to start working on setting up everything here. We're gonna be setting the car on fire at some point. Bitch, no.
The boss 337 just joined the crew.
Let's go. Thank you so much. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Let me try to close my garage door because we put the car on, well, some stuff on fire earlier, and that was not that great. There we go. Oh, so much things laying around. I need to make a huge ass cleanup soon. Boink. Oh no, here we go.
4/5.
What's up, Crispy Scab? Oh my god, I missed. You know you can do that in here for free, right?
17 dot inverted,
Crispy,
exclamation
just
mark,
write flow,
inverted,
FLO.
exclamation mark, inverted,
Anywhere
exclamation
in,
mark,
in a
inverted,
sentence, it's gonna be
exclamation
one of the
mark,
style,
inverted,
like one of the
exclamation
sound I
mark,
had.
exclamation mark,
It's
inverted,
actually my girlfriend
exclamation
screaming
mark,
when she's
inverted,
playing
exclamation
Phasmophobia and
mark,
stuff like
inverted,
that.
exclamation mark,
Go with the
inverted,
FLO and
exclamation
you're
mark,
gonna
inverted,
be laughing. There's a
exclamation
bunch
mark,
of random
inverted,
sound there
exclamation
also,
mark,
so make sure you take a look at
inverted,
this. Oh my god,
exclamation mark,
NT, I hate you
inverted,
so much.
exclamation mark,
I
inverted,
hate you so much,
exclamation
man.
mark, inverted, exclamation mark,
So that's
inverted,
now cold.
exclamation
Let's throw
mark,
that inside the
inverted,
car. I'm gonna
exclamation
bring
mark,
the camera
inverted,
over there.
exclamation mark, inverted, 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 exclamation mark, inverted,
I should have
exclamation mark,
never shown
inverted,
you that one.
exclamation mark, inverted, exclamation mark, inverted,
So,
exclamation mark,
when I'm
inverted,
talking about
exclamation mark,
modifying
inverted,
everything
exclamation
on
mark,
that car right now, like I said,
exclamation mark,
it's
inverted, exclamation
freaking
mark, inverted, exclamation
it's
mark,
freaking
inverted,
fuel
exclamation
system,
mark,
and the
inverted,
biggest thing we had, the
exclamation
biggest
mark,
problem we
inverted,
had
exclamation
was
mark,
the fitment,
inverted,
obviously,
exclamation mark, inverted,
dual side.
exclamation mark, inverted,
And
exclamation
so
mark,
yeah,
inverted,
there we go.
exclamation
That's
mark,
our
inverted,
modified fuel
exclamation
tank.
mark, inverted,
From factory, the fuel tank is
exclamation
not
mark, inverted,
holding the
exclamation
fuel
mark,
pump
inverted,
inside it.
exclamation
It's an
mark,
external
inverted,
fuel pump. So I
exclamation mark,
converted that
inverted,
to an internal
exclamation
one
mark,
with the
inverted,
racework
exclamation mark,
weld-on
inverted,
ring.
exclamation
And
mark, inverted,
right now we have
exclamation
dual
mark,
fuel
inverted,
pump in there.
exclamation mark,
Everything's gonna be
inverted,
in 8
exclamation
AM.
mark, inverted,
So dash 8
exclamation mark, inverted,
lines and everything,
exclamation mark,
but
inverted,
it was taking
exclamation
too
mark,
high.
inverted,
So we just
exclamation
created a
mark,
box
inverted,
that's gonna be
exclamation mark,
underneath
inverted,
pretty much
exclamation mark,
the
inverted, exclamation mark,
material
inverted,
de-isolation
exclamation
here,
mark, inverted,
and that bug's gonna
exclamation mark,
keep
inverted,
everything underneath the
exclamation
car,
mark,
not
inverted,
inside the trunk
exclamation
like
mark,
it is right
inverted,
now. So we are going to prevent any smell from getting inside the car. So hopefully that's the idea there. You're listening to freaking NPV trolling in here as usual.
Inverted exclamation mark, inverted exclamation
We up.
mark, inverted exclamation mark.
You want me to make it even worse?
Mark, inverted
Loud
exclamation
noise.
mark, inverted exclamation 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 mark,
Boosting the
inverted
TTS.
exclamation mark, inverted exclamation mark, inverted exclamation mark,
That one
inverted
can last up to 10
exclamation mark,
minutes if you want.
inverted exclamation mark, inverted exclamation mark,
So,
inverted exclamation mark,
front
inverted
cam.
exclamation mark, inverted
The plan is
exclamation
we made
mark,
a little
inverted
like box
exclamation
kinda
mark,
or
inverted
cage if you want to call it a cage
exclamation
that's gonna go
mark,
on top of the
inverted
fitting, so like
exclamation
that.
mark,
There's gonna be a
inverted
cover sealed
exclamation
there
mark,
that's gonna
inverted
allow us to still have some
exclamation
access to
mark,
it, and that's gonna fit
inverted
all into
exclamation
that here,
mark,
which means
inverted
we should be
exclamation mark.
able to basically the silence. We should be able to basically seal everything together. So I just need to cut two part here that I don't need in the end, and then we're gonna be able to start welding that inside the car. Like I said, I think I'm gonna set the car on fire quite a few times, so we're gonna make sure to maybe lower the fuel tank and get a full access to everything, because basically everything is in some rubber that was here to protect over time the trunk. So that kind of rubber gravel guard-ish material, it's a little bit catching on fire and smelling bad when I'm working on it. So you know, loud noise.
And PVC doesn't see it. No, pep laugh, he lacks critical knowledge.
Oh my We need some people feet in the chat now. What were you saying? I love that you can talk and it does certain things. Oh yeah, I just set it the bot to basically have some voice control so that I can just like switch like that dual side, and it's just making it easier. Side cam. And see, right now what happened? That's my French ass accent that won't make it work properly. Hey, back in the office, did you get raided by the man? By the man himself, my Mr. Brown. Heck yeah. How you doing, sir, this morning? The man himself, TFG, came in here saying nothing but leaving awesome people in the chat, which I love. Is there some 7? I'm not sure. Freaking NPV, having too much fun. There we go. So we're gonna be tack welding that in here. So basically the idea is to do that here and have a cover going like that on top, and then having that, the wires are going to the other side over here, by the way, and having that just sliding on top here, and everything's gonna be sealed with a bead that's gonna make it prevent any smells from getting inside the actual car. But yeah, here's the kind of proof of concept if you want. So that's the modification. We need to throw all our fuel line down there. You are awesome, not gonna lie. Gotta love that, right? Heck yeah. I love it too. My favorite community on freaking Twitch coming in here.
Illuminati035 just joined the crew.
Thank you for the follow, Illuminati. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Welcome by. So from here, plan is setting the car on fire all around that edges right here until everything is sealed. So that bug's gonna live in there, and then we're gonna modify that isolation there so the bugs is fitting underneath. We have quite a bit of material. I think it's gonna stick out a little bit. We're gonna see how that's turning. But yeah, so far so good. So let's try that, to be fair. Cool. So we're gonna turn on the light in here just so we can see what we're doing. We're gonna throw that on the side here, just like that. And we're gonna bring the welder and start tack welding shits in place, because the proof of concept is there. We're gonna be sealing that. The idea after that is also to be able to access that again if needed. So it will be good thing no gas. Yeah, there's no gas in there. That fuel tank didn't have gas in it for the last like 20 years pretty much, because I bought that secondhand to a guy that was just holding on it in his shed. So yeah, and basically the idea there is that everything's gonna be sealed with like probably a gasket maker or something like that, like something fuel resistant pretty much. But at the same time, I just want to keep in mind that it is useful. Like right now, let's be honest, if I have to work on fittings or anything, or I'm suspecting a leak, instead of removing all the fuel tank system, I will be able to just pop that open, and even like cutting the sides here, like the gasket maker underneath here, and just popping that open, and I have access to pretty much everything, even the little vent at the bottom here. So I'm gonna be able to plug everything here before sealing that. That's gonna be even, I'm gonna seal everything once once pretty much the car will have been started the first time. Like when I will see everything's okay, it's gonna be like way easier, and I will even be able to do my wiring for the pump and everything from on top here. So honestly, I really do think that's gonna be the best way to do it. Not the prettiest, but it's gonna work. That's the important. So like that, like this, and we're gonna be good to go. Cool. Shall we start welding? I think so, right? Just like that and just like this. Let's bring the welder. Right, time to walk now. Oh, love you all. Love you, MPV. Have a nice walk with the doggy. If you're sticking around, guys, I will show you the underside, the underbody of the Datsun. There's some pretty good shit happening down there. But for now, we just need to fix that in here. Ugh. And I'm missing a bit of space in here, so bear with me. Pom, 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 pom. There we go. There we go. So I really think I might just go with the minimum amount of heat to weld that in place, just because it went pretty well. And I will just use the same method we used before. Front cam. There you go. You can probably see it a little bit, Illuminati, but basically it is an LS engine right now. The car used to have, well, okay, let's talk about the history of the car. From its original form, factory form, it is a inline six 2.8 liter. When I bought the car, it had a V8 5 liter from an Oldsmobile. I don't know why, but from an Oldsmobile from the 80s, roughly 150 HP, more like 120 when I got it. It was sucking ass. It was bad. It was really bad. So in the end, what I end up doing is I bought a van and drove it 50 kilometers, did a burnout, removed 120 because of compression. Everything was bad around it, leaking from everywhere, no torque at all. Like everything seems clogged in that engine when I had it. So no full throttle. The pedal on the Datsun was not giving the full throttle on the Carby. So you know, bunch of things. That car never ran properly before, so that's pretty much why.
Insomniac Cubal just joined the crew.
Insomniac, thank you so much for the follow, you legend. Thank you. So yeah, so pretty much that was the big problem there. And basically what happened is that I removed that engine last summer and we started working on that. So like I said, I bought a van. I bought pretty much, I have no clue about cars, but I've been watching for 1 hour and it's funny. Yay, let's go. I love it. Well, Insomniac, welcome by. Honestly, it's like not a stream only for car people. Ask me anything, enjoy the bill, enjoy just like looking at a random guy who has no course in mechanic doing stupid things on a car. That's me here. I'm trying to make like an awesome project, but honestly, like I do not have any background, guys, in that. The only thing I have a background in is a little bit of racing. That's all. So I'm just enjoying cars and trying to my best to make the biggest and craziest project of my life so far. So that's pretty much it. And yeah, so I bought a van, did a burnout, removed that from like the engine, transmission, drive shaft, computers, name it. I removed everything from it, sold the car, the van, just the shell, and basically it cost me $400 to get everything. hold on to it for a few years, and this year basically I dismantled the entire engine, sent it to a machine shop, they cleaned everything, they owned the cylinder, stuff like that, and told me everything was great with it. So it came back and we restarted the build. So that's where we are at right now, and that's what we are looking forward to. And we're gonna be running the new Haltech ECU, the Rebel LS on it, so that's gonna be awesome. Where you get the parts from imported. Depends. It depends. Most of them, I will say US. Otherwise, it's not too bad. Like, I don't know if you are on the US territory in North America. If so, I'm using a lot Rock Auto as a place to get a bunch of parts. But most of it now, like, all that setup, it's mostly like some custom shit. So obviously I just need to go all around the internet to find some stuff. Like tires, easy. But wheels, we just called, I just ordered last week my wheels for the Datsun. We used the tool to measure the spacing and like all the offset and everything to make it work properly. And I just went around the internet and found a guy on eBay selling some wheels, like the design and everything like I was looking for, because I love those, but they do not fit in 15 inches for my big brake setup, which sucks. So I need some 17 inches wheel right now. And pretty much what happened with that is that I just had a chat with a guy on eBay and he prepared a custom setup for me, and I was like, what the heck? So we have wheels coming our way from the US out of nowhere. So not like a company that everybody knows for wheels or something like that, just random wheels coming our way because I ordered them from a guy on eBay. Seems pretty cool. And yeah, so like I said, fuel system now, so let's keep going on that. Goal for, I would say today, let me check. Of course, gold. Of course. Of course. Wait, I can show them to you guys. Come on. I'm not that kind of guy, just teasing without showing. No context right there. Well, I already showed them quite a bunch, so you just didn't happen to see them. Close your eyes, Orange. I'm showing them to everyone else. There you go. 3, 2, 1. Pew! So that's gonna be the wheel we're gonna be running on the car. 8.5 inches at the front, 9.5 at the back. So it's gonna be wide compared to the 6.5 inches from factory. So, and what we had on the car was 7 inches. Yeah, you did see them. So crazy good looking wheel. It's gonna be awesome. Let's go. Back to welding. So we're gonna start welding that in place. Gonna grab the gloves and we're gonna try to finish that. Like I said, I want to finish the fuel system ASAP without like bringing all the lines to the front. I want to do the back setup here up to the filter, and then after that I want to do the setup from the fuel rail to the fuel pressure regulator. From there, we're gonna be able to pretty much just go ahead and start working on the transmission again. Hopefully, before the end of the week, the transmission will be seated in place. I have a meeting at 3:30 today, so I'm just going to set an alarm because it's already 12:38. So I just want to make sure I won't go past that. Alarm 3:15 gonna be the alarm. Boop. We have 2 hours 40 minutes to get as much things as possible done. All right, so let's do this. Let's ground that dual side. We're gonna be grounding right there for now. just so it's okay. I'm gonna check with the app the chat because I'm far from the computer right now. Tell me it's gonna give me the chat there. Is it just going to open it now? No, I have it. Do you have an idea, imagination, what the car will be looking when it's finished, or do you just look at what the result will be? I have a really good idea. From like my background, if you want to know, I'm not like I said a mechanic or anything. I'm working. Sorry, Siphon, it's not there yet. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't have time last night and slash forget. And I did some correction and stuff. I need to add it. So yeah, Illuminati, what I was saying is that I'm not a mechanic. I'm an artist in 3D animation working in the cinema industry in the first place. Like last movie I've been working on was Across the Spider-Verse for Sony Picture. And yeah, so that's my background. So when I'm saying I have a really good idea of what it will look like, it's because I can see, like I have that ability to see and try to figure out in my mind how everything's gonna get in place. Full time. Wow. Wow. Sorry if I need to do correction and stuff for school. All right. Let's weld a little bit. Let's set the car on fire a little bit. Just going to sit that in there. Let's turn on. If it's too loud, let me know. But usually it's not too bad with the MIG. So I'm just going to sit that corner really well there. And then we're gonna grab that one. Did I turn the gas on? It feels like a nope. Nope. There we go, that's better. What's up, lump? So that's gonna be there. That's gonna be there. That. So if you're asking why people are triggering sound like that, it's because in here, if you're watching for long enough, you can redeem it with Channel Point, your own custom sound. Hulk has plenty of them. And yeah, so basically you can, no fire, no gas. Yep, pretty much. Glad TFG brought me over. Work has been brutal. Let's go! So yeah, with Channel Point you can get a custom sound of your own that only you can trigger, and that's what Lump just triggered there. And if you're asking Hawk to hear all of her sound, well, you're sitting there for a solid 2 to 3 minutes, just telling you that.
Oh my god, I'm holding a steak in my hand.
So is that ceiling? Kinda. Hi. I love it so much. All of them all together. Alright, we're gonna sit back there, and I'm gonna. Would be a good idea to keep the ground in there, right? That was a fire. Hey. Like I said, we're gonna set the car on fire a couple of times this afternoon. That's for sure. My dumbass has been using random before I realized I could redeem my own. Fair. It's alright, you're gonna get there also. So that's now closing, right? Yes, it is. Perfect. So that is closing in place, which is good. Just think I have more of a gap than I used to have there. But it's all right. So that way we're gonna be able to run our fuel lines through the bottom there. So that's gotta be good. Now everybody's grinding for those custom sound, which we love. We love to see that. It's a bit of a flush call here, which I don't like that much, but hey, I mean, it is working. I wonder if I could just bring that up a touch. Even that one. All right, I think we're gonna start welding all the way through here, and then we're gonna see how we're ending up there. Back out to campus, keep my office entertained, will ya? Of course I will. With great pleasure, Mr. Pound. With great pleasure. So, we setting the car on fire, guys? Let's go. We can do that. So I'm gonna use the same technique I use for welding that frame here, which is I'm gonna go with it's not structural, so we don't need to lay a perfect bead all around that thing. So what I'm gonna do is pretty much just go with dots. So I'm gonna be welding that and keeping it thread all the way through, so that way it will just be easier for us to prevent digging a hole in there. But at the same time, it's gonna be also possible to make sure we are well, yeah, it's just going to be better and it's gonna seal. So let's do that. However, let's take a few pause through that, because we're gonna be setting the car on fire for sure. I'm gonna push you just a tiny bit further away because I'm hitting the cam quite a lot. And there we go. So we're gonna start on the corner right here. Yep, I think what we're gonna do first is definitely remove the fuel tank. Just looking at it, I'm like, well, you know what? It seems like we're gonna set the car on fire way too often. And I want to have access to everything. Ugh, and I'm gonna have to open up the garage door again. Let's do this. So we're gonna lift up the car. So I'm gonna remove that for now. I just did like barely anything to that, and it started to go up in flame. Front cam. There we go. Hope everyone's days are going green. Let's go. I hope too. Mine is going great. My week is going great. We're Wednesday only and I have so much things that happen. It's like crazy, guys. And you're not even ready. Oh, wait, what? Got a minute to breathe, enjoying a sriracha, turkey and avocado. Ooh, oh, that's talking to me, damn. Trunk. Let's not forget the open trunk there. Otherwise, we're gonna cry later on. Raise my child. I'm really hoping the injector are going to be here soon, because I'm worried they won't fit. I think they will fit, but I'm really looking forward to fit them in there, in the fuel rail, so that I can confirm that everything's okay. We still have a bunch of work to do on that car, not gonna lie. Pom 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 pom. Tutuk. There you go, baby. Hood turbo. Ah, come on, Frankie. How you doing, sir? A little touch of copy. Let's bring the wrench 14. And we're gonna go in there. So I was telling you guys it was quite beautiful underneath that car. Not that everything is, but if you want to take a look, dual side. Pom, 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 pom. Look at this rear subframe. Let me do that instead. Look how beautiful that is. Now I'm gonna be removing my gas tank from here. Oop. Lower joint went out in the daily to pull an all-nighter. Ball joints are really not fun to work on. I agree. So we're gonna remove that. We're gonna remove this so that we're gonna have fully access to where everything's burning when we're welding. And we're gonna keep the car a little bit higher. What's going on there? Oh yeah, hi friendly fam. Hey, let's go blue, yeah. TFG rated in here. Technically, it should be quite good against rust because it is some powder coat. So they all have been into the oven and it's all cooked in there. So it should be good. Just time we'll see. But yeah, for now, everything new is looking great, right? But yeah, all the golden parts are powder coated, so except where I scratch, it should be pretty decent against rust over time. Oh my god, it takes forever to remove. Sheesh, who's that?
Cryo18 is looking for more power for the last 25 months. Yeah.
Let's go! What's up, Jeff? 25 months of awesomeness and you still don't have your sound because I'm a disgrace. I'm sorry. Now I owe 2 people a sound. That's bad. How you're doing? We're missing you, man. You're gonna have it for this weekend, promise, okay? But you won't be able to play it during Saturday. I prevent you guys. By the way, hey, Friendly Guy community, TFG talked about it this morning, but me and Peach, for those who knows Peach, well, we're gonna be playing in the Hunt Premier tournament on Saturday, so make sure to tune in. It's gonna be weird, 45 seconds delay on stream, no sound, no music, no nothing. That's the rules, so we're gonna stick to the rules. Not even like alerts. We cannot have alerts like that. But we're playing in the Hunter Premier Tournament. We're doing a duel together, so we're gonna be hunting. So we've been practicing last night, and we're gonna practice again on Thursday. So make sure to look at Peach stream out there. I don't think I'm gonna be streaming the practice on my side because I'm doing a lot of time on stream already in the day. But yeah, otherwise, make sure to tune in. It's my first ever tournament in a video game. Like, I've been a huge player of Rocket League and stuff like that, but I never did some proper tournament. So I'm really hyped for it. It's gonna be awesome. All right, that one normally I can leave it right there. Hey, thank you for the shout out, Hawk. Yeah, that's gonna be cool. There won't be bitbot. It's not allowed in the rules. No, there's no. If you're doing it, you can be disqualified. Lumia and bitbot, they are. Yeah, you're like, there's specific rules. Even if it's like against you, they don't want that. They want like a proper tournament and make everything competitive, which makes total sense. So no fuck around. It's just gonna be some chatting. Stream is all going to be about chatting. Just to give you an idea, it's gonna be like, it's gonna be 3 buses on custom, Reshala with 7 guards at Stronghold, Tequila at freaking New Gas, and Sturman at Big Red. That's gonna be sick. Each bosses are 10 points, each PMC kill are 5 points. So basically that's what you're looking for. You're looking for PMC kill. And Sherman, you have extra points. There's items, the big ass 3x3 filter that you can extract. But otherwise, it's all about that, and extracting duck tags also. Any duck tags found in raid that you're extracting, you're getting extra points for them, and every guards or scavs are +1 points. So yeah, 3 buses, mini PMCs, mini awesome duos, and a dream. It takes forever. I think I'm just going to, from there, to kick it out instead of going all the way down. The dog tags, the tags of the player you killed, yeah, 2 points. PMC 5 points, dog tag 2 points. No, the boss are 10 points for that one, Mortar. So the bosses are 10 points each, so they are worth to push them. But yeah, PMC 5 points, duck tag 2 points, every scav kill. Yeah, they changed it, they readjusted a little bit. Yeah, I know, right? I know. And I think it's 3 points for the item or something like that. Basically, the P filter, you can, there's two that's gonna be in dorms, one in 2-story, one in 3-story, one in New Gas and one in the Big Red. And basically, the filters, you're trying to extract them if you can, but honestly, for the amount of point, me and Peach feel like PvP and boss are going to be the main focus. No matter the spawn, the closest boss is the one we need to take down, and then PvP until we die. And from there, because basically it doesn't, like both of them, it doesn't matter if you survive. Are they doing like a blue folder on the bosses for extra point? Well, that's the P filter, not the P filter, but the, you know, the big filter, the big cylinder filter, 3x3 in your inventory. That's the one. So they are in safes, and yeah, those are extra point. So the air filter, yeah, that's the big ass air filters in there. So it's gonna be the big ass air filter worth a bunch of points. But honestly, for the amount of space, you need absolutely a backpack, and you need to survive, and it makes less points. So basically, if you are like, if you're chatting the first 10 minutes and it's getting super calm, maybe you can try to grab one and extract, but otherwise it seems like the best way to make points is the points you can make without surviving, which is killing a boss and killing PMCs. So even if you get the boss and, like, let's say 2 PMCs and then both of the duo die, it's still like 20 points right there, while the filter is like 3 points or 5 points or something like that. So, you know, quick maths. And you have 3 hours, so you want to just go raid to raid to raid to raid to raid. So just to make sure you're getting in the action and not losing 10 minutes like creeping around. You need to go quick around everything. All right, let's remove that gas tank. Whee! So we're gonna remove that, and from here, woo! Well, it's out. I'm gonna throw it somewhere. Trying to find a place, but I think the best place is gonna be at the front with me. Trying not to hit my head. We're good? We're good. Gonna need to clean that up. Yeah, pretty much. I'm gonna take a look at that a little bit, because yeah, MDRs are pretty good. I want to prepare maybe 1 or 2 P90 also. P90 seems cool to run. I just think like against like the bosses might be a bit less useful, but otherwise MDRs, I would say also I'm a big fan of SR25, so I wouldn't mind running one, but you kind of want the rapid fire from the black MDR. And what else would I run? I had another one in mind. Not the black MDR, not that. Oh, the SA58. SA58 honestly slaps quite a lot, so I wouldn't mind running 1 or 2 during the tournament. But yeah, for me, there's a bunch of must-have in there. Yeah. So there's a bunch of must-have, and I know my play style and everything, so we're gonna see. But like I said, it's my first time, and there's some really big name over there, so. P90 MDR, juice cannon, and P7. What is the juice cannon? Oh yeah, you don't have the right for grenade launcher and thermal and stuff. Oh, the ASA58, perfect. Yeah, so that makes pretty much the list there. And what is your favorite scope, guys? Because I know which mine is to play in that. I need something that's versatile, that I can have a bit of zoom and not too much. For me, it's the Spectre. Honestly, like cheap bang for bucks. Dual side. Dual front. Dual front. I don't know how you're doing with the hammer. I cannot stand that scope. I don't know why, it's just me. My playstyle doesn't fit that scope at all. It's just too tall on top, so it's hiding a bunch of your right side screen. And that's like, Razor definitely, yeah, Razor, and I'm okay with the Razor and also the Voodoo, but like for the price, because we have a limit amount of money, I don't know how that's, I mean, it's quite a decent amount of money for 3 hours. Valde, yes, PvE, no PvP. Reason I'm saying that is quite simple. When you're zooming, there's always like that half second to a second delay where it needs to focus, and every time you're swiping around like you're going left and right, the offset in the scope is awful, and compared to the Razor and everything, it makes everything awful to play with that for PvP. Most of the time where I had to quick zoom with a scope and I had a Valde, you're starting to fire with just an approximative.
By 6_Al just joined the crew.
Let's go! Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome, welcome on that crazy non-Tarkov stream, except on Friday night. Oh, it's Big Al. Let's go. I was trying B6_. I was like, who's that? Big Al. Let's go. Welcome. Thank you so much, you legend. How you doing, sir? Welcome, welcome from that little raid from TFG. Hope you're doing great. We're talking about the tournament while I'm setting up everything to set my car on fire while welding, because yes, it's going to happen. We just removed the fuel tank to be able to deal with that a bit better. Let's go. There we go. So just to give you an idea, guys, I'm hoping to start the car in about a month. So we have quite a bit of work, but when you look at it, once the fuel system is gonna be done, it's gonna be brake system, and after the brake system, and in between the fuel and brake, probably setting the transmission in there, and after that, we're gonna be like starting to work on exhaust and turbo setup. So I think it's doable, to be fair. I really do think it's doable. Dual side. All right. So again, those joining, well, we're here extending the trunk of the Datsun with that here. We're trying to basically make something that will allow us to run our fittings in place, so, and won't allow basically the smell to get inside the car. So we're welding all the way around. However, underneath the car here, it's some rubber isolation there. So everything's catching on fire, which is a bit funny and a bit stressful all at once. So we're gonna keep going, and we're gonna pretty much set everything on fire until everything is sealed together. So we just need to go around 3 edges, well 4 if we count that as an edges, but for me that to that is 1. So we just need to go all around that and zip everything together. Here, basically that one here, that's gonna drop on top like that. Boop, boop. That's gonna be sealed with a sealant all around here, and we're gonna have also that cover that's going right there. That's gonna be sealed, so everything's gonna seal with a gasket maker or something, but for now that bottom box here needs to be welded in place. So that's what we are up to. Kented side on and on top using a TA51 mount. Yeah, I guess. Not again, I would say like first tournament, not my playstyle, so I will be afraid of like sucking ass with that setup. Like I will need to test it before pretty much, but like I think I had a decent wipe so far, and I'm gonna stick to what I'm used to. So honestly, all right. Not a fully approved opinion, ADAR and TX15 are slapping. You have so much recoil control because the recoil is almost inexistent that anything mid-distance is like going down with those. I love them so much. I've killed so many players with that, but again, not the players that you usually see in a tournament, right? So I don't think it's a good choice for the tournament, but I'm just saying it's a decent choice in your day-to-day Tarkov life. So yeah, all right. I just heard a knock knock knock, but I think it was in the lo-fi, and I thought it was Lump doing its thing, which is funny. All right, so let's go here. I'm gonna try to weld all that. Let's put the car on fire. We're gonna push you back again, tiny bit. We're seeing the bugs pretty well, yep. All right, time to go. Fire! Fire's under control. Or just don't be silenced. Fair. That's also a thing. We can be unsuppressed to break people. Gonna open the door. A touch. Just because otherwise we're gonna suffocate in here. Let's keep going. I don't know if I could apply a wet rag behind it. Like just hold a wet rag behind so that I'm welding on top, but at the back it's not catching on fire. I've already seen people doing that. I might try it. That will just help me also prevent my little ST not die in there, you know. I will try that. I'm gonna go put some water on that towel, and we're gonna try see if we can avoid the poison rubber burning. Crunch, crunch, crunch. All right, we're still good. We're still good. Because it doesn't feel healthy right now. Not gonna lie. If I'm just going like that. Not perfect, but helping. Definitely better. At least we can control the fire pretty well. There's that. It smells so bad. Alright, let's try to weld the corner. Easy. Easy. Whew. That's a bit rough. That's a bit rough. All right, we're gonna have to close the gap over there. That's not going to be easy. No pixel hearts. What are the pixel hearts? You do not like them, Hawk? And what are they exactly? All right, you still see there? Yeah, pretty okay, that. So I'm gonna go at the back. I don't think you're gonna be able to see all the action, I'm sorry for that. But got to do what you got to do, right? Oh, you send them? Wait, I probably do not see them on the cell phone. I don't see them on the computer too. There we go. We're gonna go at the back there. Oh yeah, we didn't fit that as well as the first time. Oh well. Gonna have to deal with that. Or we're gonna have to push the car up a little bit and we're gonna go underneath and smash a bit everything. Let's play some hammer. It's hammer time, baby. Let's bring the car up. Oh man, the smoke. I'm sure I'm gonna feel dizzy this tonight. I know my trunk is not closed, but we're not going to go that high. I just need to be able to go in a there we go. Just like that, I will be able to go and smash with a hammer. It's hammer time. What am I fixing? It's more cheating than fixing. I'm just basically welding a box at the back of the car to allow the fuel system to fit in there. That's really what I'm trying to do right now, which is like custom fabrication and not so good welding skill involved. It's more of a workaround than anything else. All right, there we go. Just like that. Have something that's a bit more opened up. That's still going to catch on fire. Well, here we go. Just like that. I close the gap. Let's throw it back down. Well, it was exactly there, but like I said, basically what I've done, let me show you. Front cam. Front cam. There we go. So basically you can see what's up here. So that here, this is basically a modify part here. Usually it's only the fuel level sender in there, and the pump are external. Now I converted the original fuel tank to hold two internal fuel pump, and basically everything in dash 8, well, AN lines and stuff like that, makes it really tall compared to where the fuel tank is sitting. So basically what I'm doing instead is a box that's gonna allow us to keep everything underneath the car, and so we won't have that smell inside. Science. Well, the idea is to have like a fuel pump that's gonna be decent for a day-to-day running, and when we're getting on full boost, we're gonna have a secondary one that's gonna push a bit more fuel. Hood turbo. Double. If we were to go dual, just like Hoonigan and Ken Block had for his Mustang, that will be sick. The unicorn, that will be sick. But not really legal over here. Just cause, yeah, fair. Honestly, there's a trap. Yeah, it's not really often that they are tolerated, to be fair. Like here, I would say keep it undercover and like keep it low profile, and it's gonna be good. Fair. But yeah, basically here, like on the hood, I have already from OEM to vent, and I thought about putting just a metal sheet here with the wastegate dumping from the hood, but like that's a no-go in here. I've seen clips, I never watched it, but I know like where it is at, and now that you're seeing that, I'm like, yeah, makes sense. That's just that just makes total sense now. Go for it if you can. go for it. Dual side. I'm in Canada, Illuminati. I'm a French Canadian. So you can tell probably with my accent that je parle normalement en français. Le français est plus ma langue première, puis and the English is really a secondary language there. So yeah, trying my best. Hopefully it's understandable. Oh man, yeah, exhaust bolts sucks. Don't want to get too excited yet. Fair. All right, we can keep going there. Yay, it is understandable. Let's go. Win. That's a W right there. All right, so we're gonna go at the back here. We're gonna start welding all the back. And yeah, we're just going to move our way around and come back to the other side there. Ah, nice. Yeah, we are more than just two, so that helps. But yeah, usually we're not too awful. We're some quite decent people, lovely and friendly. I say usually because I know some that are really bad. Oh yeah, pretty much. All right, let's go. Fire in the hole. Can I weld it from? Oh, that's gonna be hard to access. I'm not going to have fun to weld that part. Did I make it? Oh, it did work. All right, never mind. I was No, the fuel tank's got to be underneath, but that's what I was saying basically to Illuminati. The fittings are going to be in there. I can smell the melting metal from here. Well, there's also a lot of melting rubber or chew and that's the problem. Basically, there's a coat of something like gravel guard or something like that. Killuminati. Okay, Killuminati. Sorry. I prefer you to tell me right away then. Thank you. Killuminati. Let's go. Yeah, my lungs are not happy right now. But yeah, basically, Urchu, not Urchu, but Frankie, what I was saying is that because of all the fittings and stuff on top of the fuel tank that are not supposed to be there, it's taking too much space. So we're gonna remove some material right there. Oh, sorry, I'm not even in the right cam. Dual side. Dual side. There you go. So we're gonna take out some material in that isolation to fit that box. So that's why. So everything here is gonna go down there afterward, like all the fittings, and it's gonna prevent us from running some and braided line in the car, because apparently if you're running a braided line in the car, you're gonna feel yeah, it's under there. It's a factory fuel tank in the factory position, so we just modified the top of the fuel tank to accommodate a dual fuel pump setup. If the chassis already painted, no, the chassis is not, and I'm planning to do eventually, like, basically the idea is to get the car running properly, tuning and all, and then next winter, yeah, after the summer, I will take everything apart again to make a big ass verification that everything is still in shape, healthy, and no premature wear and stuff like that. And at this point, when all the mechanics gonna be out again, I'm gonna be doing an underbody and all interior Por 15 treatment, and then after that, in a few years, we're gonna redo the exterior of the car. the guy is stuck to his idea. All right, let's keep going. That's why I have a wet rag with me, because everything's catching on fire underneath. LS swap or 2JZ swap. Yeah, I will have love and RB also in there. They are so smooth and everything. But LS swap is the easiest, more accessible one for me, so there we go. That's looking decent. I'm happy with how it's turning out so far. Now it's gonna be the not so fun part where I'm gonna need to go inside the car, I think. Finish that. Yeah, Illuminati RB26, I love them. They are a real great engine. A bit not unreliable, but not reliable at the same time. What's that? The Amazon boy in here. Yep. So basically, what I would say with RB, I've driven a Skyline R32 GTR with 450 wheel HP RB26, and those things rips. They are amazing. Yeah, I mean, I got mine for $400, so yeah, cheap. It is a junkyard engine that just received a lot of love, pretty much. They are not that reliable, but they are cheap, and you just need to take care of oil pressure pretty much and cooling on those. Like, better bearings, upgrade the bearings, and you're gonna have a way better time with them. He's already gone, let's go. Like, better bearings, stuff like that, good oil in them, good oil pump, and it's gonna help you a lot. Yeah, I mean, I hope mine will last because I have like put quite a bit of money in it to hopefully make it reliable, following everything that people are talking about on the internet about them. So you know, why is it still smoking in here? No more fire, right? No, we're good. Okay, let's do that. Jumping inside the car with my old ass buddy, and we're gonna keep going. I'm gonna try to close that. Do I have the hammer in here? I do not. Where did I throw the hammer? Well, I think we're gonna go with a wrench. I thought I had it in here. All right, let me just try to close the gap a little bit here. I'm gonna be able to do that. There we go. That's a beautiful gap now. That's so comfortable, said no one ever. There we go. All right, we're getting there. Sorry, I don't have the chat in front of me now. Whew. Oi. Do not close like that. Nice looking S14 fair. 69 Mustang, nice. For me, my dream car, I'm building it right now. That's what it's all about. The shit new body style is doo-doo. Yeah, fair. Well, you see, on my side, guys, the reason I'm building all that is that my dream car is not all about what the car itself is, but also the fact that right now I'm doing such a crazy setup, all custom. I'm gonna have some hidden miss for sure at some point in there, and like so far it's doing good. But when we're gonna start working and driving it, it's gonna be like different, and I'm gonna find it pretty. Are we? Oh man. Focus voice. Is it that? Focus voice. Now? Yeah. All right. I didn't say it, but I didn't know that it turned on. Sometimes it does that. So what I was saying, the music said my turn. So basically what I was saying is that for me, like dream car, yes, old car, definitely an old car, but I'm pretty much like building it because for me, the ideal car is the one that will not only be fun to drive, but the one that's gonna be like the one that's gonna be making you the most complete driver possible. So right now that one I'm learning so much through that project, and I apply theories into practice, and from practice I'm gonna go into driving also. So everything I've done, I'm gonna see if it was a good move or not for the drivability of the car and everything, and for me that matters a lot. So that's why I feel like my dream car is exactly that. That's pretty much because it's an all-around project where I will have done so much to the car. I will know that car by heart and be able to say, hey, if that thing's not working, it's because of that thing. So yeah. And for me that matters a lot, and it's not the thing for everybody, and like that's okay, because basically I'm not expecting everyone to be like, yes, I want to build a car. No, some people just enjoy driving them. A lot of great drivers I've met at the track are just like people that want to drive. They don't enjoy working on a car, and I'm like, that's fair. But for me it's like a all thing. I love the skill I'm getting out of all that. Yeah, it's a Ryobi light. Pretty much all my tools are Ryobi for just because they are cheap and easy to get. So for a guy working at home, it's the best. Can I get some fresh air, please? Ugh. Ugh. Oh man, that one was rough on the towel. Well, there we go. That thing is welded. We got it. We got through it. Whew. Huh. I see the green light. I want the green light fair. What's that? Okay, let's take back there. I think the most fun part will be when you start the car and do a small test drive. Yes and no. Starting the car is gonna be the most stressful part of it because you put so much effort in making everything go to where you are at. And while turning the key for the first time, everything could go to hell. Because basically you can happen to have like a failure or something and it's back to the shelf for another few months, so that will suck. But like hopefully everything goes well, and then yes, the test drive, I do agree with that. It's gonna be like the little suspense, doing some small pull because the car's still not tuned or anything, so you know it's gonna be all that put together. Have a Ryobi 2, started with buying a screw gun, then I wanted to have matching tools. Fair. I just love the fact that you can switch the batteries between all of them. I love the fact that everything's green in your life. I've been packed 4 years ago, through so much torture, mishandling, left out in rain, still wore like a gem. Yeah. Basically, at the price they are, it's like, it's just that. I had someone coming in here telling me like, you should buy some adult tool, and I'm like, yo, you're working in construction. I guess, yeah, you want some proper tool, but on my side, Ryobi's doing the job just fine for what I'm doing. I don't have to worry about breaking it or anything. Front cam. Hey, we got a bit of stuff done so far. That's cool. Let's take time to take a sip of coffee because man, I'm dying in here. Have the 4 on my upgrade. I have the 6 amp or 9 amp battery too. Those gets expensive. Yeah, I have a 6 amp, 2 4 amp, and 2 small one too. I bought a kit where already 4 batteries was coming with, like the charger kit. It's really worth it if you ask me. I can show you my setup. Wait for it. Roar! Everything on the ground. So I throw it on the ground. Let's go. Dual side. There you go. So basically, I put my charger right there, and I have 6 batteries total. So I'm a big fan of wireless tool, but not gonna lie, a buffer, Ryobi buffer, grinder like that, it does not take long that the battery is out. So basically, having so many of them, I have 4 big batteries. Yeah, 6 amp, 2 4 amp, and basically with that, it just makes it easy because I throw that in there. I already have 2 other big ones that are fixed, so I can just go cut anything. When I'm out of battery, I throw that in there. Yeah, that was Costco actually. Boop. And like all the lights are adjustable also. Like you can use them as lights on the bench like that. So that's pretty sick. And you even have like USB and battery. That is super, not battery, but a cell phone holder. So you can just throw your cell phone there and put it on charge. So that's quite cool. That was like a $30 or $40 thing. That I was like, yes, I want one. That's useful. And like, okay, if we're talking about setup, look at this. That's you guys. That's my PC in here. That's, let me just push back up a little bit. There you go. So that's my PC. That's my Yeti microphone on top there. That's for the vocal commands because it's not going through the same setup here. Here I have my earbuds and I have my Rode mic here. so everything's going there, but the bot for some reason had too much volume on my mic, too much gain, so it was not picking up the comments properly, so that's why I'm running a second one. And I have in here like a music system there, stereo system, where I just need to plug it in the bar here, and it's Bluetooth, so it's connecting to the computer, so when I'm alone in here I can just blast some music in there and work around. So that's pretty much my setup. And if you want to judge me, I'm working in a mess most of the time because that's how I am, but I do also have some well organized stuff in here too, so there we go. Trying to keep it clean, a minimum in there, but the top is a bit awful right now, and it's always like that. I'm always starting stuff, throwing everything in there, and then every once in a while, so now it's about 1 time a week I take time to put everything back to its place, then it's getting back to that. It's all organized in the brain. Yep, pretty much. Better setup than your bedroom, damn. I will have 6-car garage and 1 bedroom. I love it. Did you know? Okay, let me show you that. Front cam. Oi. Front cam. Okay, let me grab it for you. Let me show you what I already shown my girlfriend, okay? That here. Did you know you can basically buy plan for those? They are a full-on garage on the first floor and a loft on the top floor. So the way they work, it's like really simple design. Some of them is like that, exterior staircase. You live at the top there and you have a big ass garage, 4-place garage underneath, and they do not take too much space, and most of them can be built for not that much money. So I don't know if I'm going on the website. Yeah, there you go. So you have the garage there, 20 by 22, and you have everything on top, which is basically a loft or a small apartment or something. And I like they are quite cheap, and there's even one like this. Look at this. That's sick. That's honestly sick. Someone not planning on having kids or anything. That's awesome, to be fair. And the bottom is a full-on garage. Let's go. See, and it's Canadian dollars, 157K, which is not that bad, not cheap, obviously, but not that bad. So I really think they are quite cool. Like a Minecraft house, fair. I can see that. Fair, fair, fair. All right, everything seems great there. I'm gonna take a break from the rear because I'm tired of working there. That's the fun thing of a big ass project. You can just walk around, and basically I'm gonna let it cool down a little bit. Welds are not great, not bad. I'm happy with how it turned out in here so far. Just test the cover. Yep, cover is gonna fit in there pretty well. All right, so we're having a solid plan at the back. Now at the front, what we're gonna start looking at is where we're placing, because like the intake's not bolted, nothing's bolted in here, but we're gonna take a look where we're placing our fuel pressure regulator pretty much. Five not working. Need 6 cars, nothing else. I love that. So that here is our Aeromotive 1000 fuel pressure regulator, really well known to be used with that, like LS engine and stuff like that. We have a boost reference for the turbo that's gonna allow a bit more pressure when getting on boost. Pretty cool. We just need to pretty much rebend the back plate here to make it fit well so it sticks out a little bit, and throw a bunch of fitting in here to make sure everything's gonna be great and well working. So we need 2 fittings, one on both sides. The way we're gonna work, that's a good thing to talk about. There's different way to do it. That one was to one of my friends. You know, I was talking about the Skyline. Can't we just get all the fuel all the time? Just bang, 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 bang. No, all the pressure. Give it all. More fuel means more power, right? Technically, yes, but you need the air to go with it. So basically, we got that one. You know, I was talking about the guy with a Skyline GTR 32 450 wheel HP. He had that one, but he replaced it with a more era accurate-ish. I don't know how you say that in English. Tomei, which is TOMEI. So that's more like Skyline things a little bit. So he sold that to me for basically half the price of what it's worth, which is pretty great. So the only thing here is that for him it was one fuel rail going right there and return line. So he was adjusting that with the gauge on the front, and that was it. Me, I want to run both fuel lines are going to get feed first, and it's gonna come back on here, and then the overpressure on the fuel rail is going to get thrown in the return line at the bottom here. So that's how we're gonna do it. Why? Because that's the optimal way that is that Aeromotive themselves are telling us to like to plumb all the fuel system. So when you look here, dual side. What I did is I've thrown in here 2 180 degrees and fitting, which are going from the fuel rail. So at the back here, we're gonna have a Y splitter. The splitter is gonna take our 8AN fuel line, split it in 2 8AN lines, plugging on each fuel rail. The fuel's gonna go through all that, do a 180 here, and that's gonna come back over here somewhere and pretty much like plug in here on both sides, and that's gonna make it like read the pressure and regulate the pressure from there. So that's how we're gonna do that. Yeah, that looks sexy. You want to see something that's gonna look really sexy with that setup? Let me show you. I'm gonna do that. So we're gonna have a 90 degrees elbow going from 4 inches to 3 inches piping for the throttle body, and that's gonna be plugged with that here for the choo-choo noises. There's still a bit of smoke in here. I might open the door. So we're gonna have some of that action happening around here, maybe like that. Welcome back MTV, how was the walk? So we're gonna have that doing the choo-choo noise. I need to find a way to make Brian do a turbo noise. Oh, that would be cool. I don't think MTV is gonna ever reach the amount of point to time himself out for 24 hours. Rip. Cool purple parts, hell yeah. It's just that little touch, like there's gonna be some powder coating happening on the engine later on, but like with all the gold, all the engine base is gonna go in glossy black. That touch of purple is just going to be like, Honestly, it's beautiful, right? I really love like a good metallic purple like that. It's really good looking. Yeah, I breathe a little bit too much smoke there. Just going to leave the door slightly open. to try to evacuate the rest of it. Yeah, everything's got, well, if I'm doing the treatment with port 15, basically everything's gonna be in glossy black, but for now I just don't care about that. It's gonna be something we're gonna be doing next winter, like I don't have time. Yeah. So that's why for now I just need to go ahead and work on something else and like get all the mechanic working before even thinking about aesthetic there. Here, what we need to do with that, front cam. We need to replace the connector on the side. There were some 6AN fittings, so we're gonna go and put that into some -8, if I'm not wrong. And we're gonna take a look here, what's up with that here. Because I don't know if that one's really the one I need. So I just need to find out in the toolbox. Are you the good size? Nope. So 16 is not good. 17 either. 18. No, it's gonna be 19. So let's take a 19 mil. We're gonna remove the bottom here. And that might be a bit tough. Because I know it has been sealed. All right, we're gonna go on the vice grip then. That's for sure, it's gonna be a must. I just don't know how to clamp it properly, to be fair. Like so. That seems like it's still going to. Oh, there you go. So I know it has been sealed a little bit, so we're just going to make sure we can actually remove it. Did you always wanted to buy a Datsun, or it's just a coincidence? Well, that's a good question. Not that I wanted absolutely a Datsun. I bought it 10 years ago, so I mean, I still have hold to it, so I guess there's that. But yeah, I would say plenty of project. I have already a couple of cars and stuff like that, so you know, I have plenty of projects already, so it's not that much of a big deal which car. Have you watched the anime One Gun Midnight? I think that was like quite something, because this is not a Z but a 280 ZX, which is the next generation, a bit more of a pointy nose instead of a flat nose. That looks a bit more like a muscle car, the flat nose, not that one. So you know, there's that, and like not everybody is enjoying that model pretty much. And so what happened with that is that I hold on to it. I sold the car. That car, I sold it in the past. And about a year later, I decided to write to the guy and say, hey, if you're ever basically like selling the car again, I want to be the first to know. Because I bought that car and I was still in school. Then I was out of school and no job, no full-time job or anything. It was a rough time a bit, and my brand new girlfriend at the time, she was not into car or anything, so I decided to sell it. And like 6 months later, she was like, oh, I miss the Datsun, it was a cool car. And I was like, wait, what? Like, you know, the girl who do not like cars telling you that, you're like, oh, I want it back then. And so yeah, I got it back about a year later, and I just hold on to it until I knew what I wanted to do with that project pretty much. So there we are. I think the car chooses you. I was looking for a cheap project. I look for a bunch of IS300. I love them. They are cool. 335 IS, and ended up with a Mustang. Yeah, pretty much. I do agree with that. Like, you do not pick the project up really. That's 21 mil, right? No, 22. That's right, that's 22. Where's my 22 mil wrench? It's in the back there. So yeah, and when I got it back, I decided I will do a project with it. Started putting a bunch of money on it, and ended up like it was not working to my taste. I was not happy with how some stuff were turning on. So I was like, well, like everything was not doing that great. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna put the project on hold, and I will wait until I know exactly what I want to do. I have the skill to do it myself, and from there, yeah, just started to work on that. There we are, boom. So I just replaced, by the way, the return line. So instead of being a -6, it's gonna be a -8, because since all the system is in 8AN, that just means the return line is gonna be able to handle even a full-on return from that technically, which will never happen. So you better have a bigger than a smaller fuel line, well, return line, because you never know how much you're gonna need it. So much fun with the Mustang before it broke. Life happened, sat for about a year, and now again it's back on sale. Yeah, let's go. Regular driving, yeah. I'm not against an automatic car. I have one. I don't mind them that much, but like you said, pretty much just for day-to-day basis. I love the fact that manual transmission, even like if you're talking to me about Audi and Volkswagen, like DSG transmission that are so good and shifting so quick. I drove a Golf R 2017 stage 2, so basically like 400-ish HP with an automatic and with a manual. I drove two of them. One of each kind, and like honestly it's stupid awesome, the automatic transmission in those cars, but still the feeling of pressing the pedal and having that moment where you can basically put it in neutral on the track if you're starting to lose it, and you're clutching to put it in neutral, bring back the car, and unclutching to kick it in the direction you want. That's a feeling you cannot have in an automatic car. So that's a big thing for me. All right, let me remove that other thing. I need to find actually the one I have on the sides. We removed them yesterday. No, we put them there. Where are those two big ass one then? I need the 10 AN to 8, because this is some 10 AN on the sides. Illuminati, you're from Europe, right? They shift now to automatic? Damn, that's crazy, because like basically Germany, damn, welcome by. That's amazing. Yeah, I know a bunch of people that basically are coming from Europe, and when they get here they're like, ugh, automatic, like how do you drive that? Like my girlfriend's uncle is from France, and he had like some of his family coming here, and one of them, he needed to teach her how to drive automatic because she only learned on manual transmission, and she was like, it's missing a pedal. What are those letters? Why it's not numbers? And you know, like, not because she's stupid or what, no, just because she never had to do that, and she was like, what the heck is that? All right, over here, I'm just going to try to find the fitting I need right now, if I have them. 8AN clamps, Y block, 8AN, trying to find straight fitting going from 10 to 8. Which I'm not sure I have in my possession now. Oh yes, 8AN to 10, or yeah, let's go, there you go. 2-piece, let's go, we have them. All the bags are the same, so that's why. That's crazy. Yeah, here it's the opposite way. Everybody's learning in a freaking automatic, and after that, like, just a bunch of them will take the time to learn it. My girlfriend didn't know how to drive manual at first, and I wanted to teach her, and she was like, but why? I don't care. And I was like, yeah, but like sometimes we're going to your family chalet just the two of us. If like we're going on a ride on the ATV, I break my legs for XYZ reason because I'm doing stupid things and you need to drive the car to the hospital, that could be fun. Like that could be a plus. I would like to survive. Automatic car. Damn, that's crazy, Frankie. That's so crazy. That blows my mind, honestly. All right, so another one here. So basically we should have something looking like that out of the box, hopefully. And if it's the case, that's gonna go from 10 a.m. to 8 instead of 6 like that. So that are the fittings we're trying to put in here. Looking good, looking good. That's crazy. Never seen an automatic before. Holy. Yeah, boy. Perfect. So that's fitting. We're happy with that because that means no more trouble over there. All right, so that I'm gonna try to find that. I'm going in the vice grip over there, by the way, just to put the setup together. Are you? That's big. 1 1/8 to remove that part there. All right, I'm just going to go release that one, come back, grab the other fitting. We're gonna tighten everything up there. Oh my God, it won't release itself there. There we go. I think I just got it. Yes. That's a big ass plug. Yeah, exactly. I mean, every car are fun to drive if you know what you're doing with them. Almost every car. I have a Nissan Versa automatic CVT 2007, most boring car ever. I already throw it in on the racetrack, to be fair, but like I hate it. It's so bad. It's not a fun car. Oh shit, that's crazy. Where are you from already, Frankie? You told me the other time. I just can't. I have Philippines in mind, but I'm not sure. CVT sucks. My daily rogue, I guess. Nepal, close. Okay. Well, there's someone else then is coming from the Philippines in here, I think. Two trends, that's crazy. Hey, you know what? My Versa 2007 first gen CVT is about 200K on it, which is about 160 miles, 160,000 miles pretty much, and still on the original transmission, with which I cannot believe. That's just like insanity right there, because usually they do not hold well. Usually they are bad. Wait, that one's not fitting, the 1 inch? It's not that one too for that one, no. Why is that one not fitting? Wait, what? The 10 AN here is not fitting with the 1 inch. So what would it be? It needs to be bigger, but 1 1/4. 25. Not 25. 27. Yo, 27 mil for that. That's crazy. I'm gonna use the same socket as the rear freaking because I want to say it wheel bearing. I don't think I need to go too crazy on that. There we go. That's good. Boom, we now have 2 input and 1 output. Let's go. I'm gonna try to remove the plate at the back and fold it again how it was supposed to be. Do you guys get German station wagons overseas, Mercedes? Just a few of them, not too many of them. Honestly, okay, dream fun car, like a future car just for fun day-to-day usage. Manual 5-speed E36 or E46 wagon. Rear wheel drive. I don't want any like XY. I just want a pure 325i station wagons, but there's like not many on the road. So if you're finding one, usually it's way more pricey than anything else. BMW wagon, they registered it as a 5 Series. Oh, that's excellent. That's excellent. I need the Allen key for that, and then after that we're gonna be just folding that to touch on the vice grip, and we should be able to throw it right there. I'm gonna put a bit of masking tape on that because I don't want dirt to get in there, obviously, for some obvious reason. I'm a better mechanic than you? I don't think so. I think I was just lucky with that one. That was my girlfriend's grandmother car that we got at 47K kilometers in like 2019. The Nissan Versa I'm talking about. It's like, we got that with only 50K kilometers on it in 2019. So the car had 12 years old and just nothing on it. I like the damn Japanese car, yeah. Yeah, we have the same thing here in Quebec. Stagios. Oh man, those station wagons, yeah. Now we're getting on the sweet spot right there. I do agree with all that. Any Muddy Car Mods fan, the one mechanical Stig from the Muddy Car Mods universe, I say that like it was a Marvel cinematic universe like the MCU or anything, but yeah, basically a mechanical Stig Skyline R34 Stigia like double unicorn. Oh, that thing, man, I would have run that all day long. And it's heavy. It's not the most like crazy performance car. Like that one here is gonna be on another uptick. But like as a daily, holy shit, a daily with power and that you can take to the track from time to time, definitely 100%. I wouldn't mind it at all. Practical, definitely. In some previous life, I had some Subaru station wagon. Like I've been driving a Subaru Outback Legacy, which is like the wide, big ass one, and I've been driving also like 2.5 TS 2003. Yeah, the old one, pretty much, the one that are low but long. I learned to drive manual because it was my mother's one, the Legacy Outback, and basically she had that car, manual transmission, 5-speed, and I learned how to drift in winter on that car. That was freaking fun. All right, I'm gonna bend that here. Let me just grab that. I'm gonna go on the vice grip over here. Dual side. And yeah, I had a NA Subaru Impreza after that, and I always liked the little hatch or little station wagon car. All right, let's do that. Then let's fold it back in place. You know the tricks for that, guys, right? You take a plier like that, maybe a smaller one, and you can just go ahead and instead of forcing with your hand, you can just use a wrench as a lever on top there. Usually, if you can lock it properly. I think it's gonna be just too thin, so I'm gonna take a little vice grip, not vice grip, but I forgot the name of those. But GDM car prices go insane. The last years, yeah, it's crazy. I just won 90s Toyota Presidential Century with the V12 and a driver to drive it. Fair. Hey, Skid Factory channel on YouTube, okay? Go in the playlist because it's an old build. They did a little Jeep, like a little, is it a Land Cruiser or something like that? But like an old ass one with a twin turbo V12 from a Century. It's insane. They did a custom intake for it. It just looks awesome. There we go. Just going to be folding that back. So it's looking straight up. And so after that, we should be good to go. We might have to extend that a little bit more because now it's quite flat still. So we're gonna try to maybe go ahead and increase the bend right there, just so like that. If I'm doing that and coming back here, we should be able to that. There we go. With the perfect plate, should be plenty to basically get that, and I'm gonna try to straighten that a little bit. What's up? That's for Minta usually. Oh, maybe not. Oh no, it's someone that made a FLO in there, which is funny. Oh, it is Vermintel, let's go! I saw the text, it was just not FLO, I'm someone else. See, I knew it was you, I just looked and I was like, oh, because from there the color was not the right one, the color of your name. That's insane, let's go. What happened here? We're just famous now, Reminta, and you can tell that you're from the old game. GS, what's up, my man? Comment ça va, GS? Let's go! Comment vas-tu? Famous? I knew him from the beginning! That's gonna be Reminta. We'll tell Mama Manu a star. We got rated by that friendly guy on Twitch. I would say a good friend of mine-ish, like not a guy I know personally that much, but like we've been chatting a lot lately and all those stuff, so yeah. And here's the community of TFG being here and being awesome. I just wanna, yeah, that's cool. JDM Cars importing business is the thing to get into with how prices are looking pretty much, yeah. Learned the mass transfer drift with a Chrysler Intrepid. L'Intrepid, holy shit, the Intrepid just talking about that brings back some memories. You've been doing crazy drifting with that car. I remember the industrial like park where you were just swinging it. No, it was not even there. Where was it? It was like that little S getting into a parking lot. I can't remember where it was, Workless, but that was insanely good. Chatting yourself to fame, damn. But honestly, guys, you don't remember too. But honestly, guys, that's crazy because like, when you think of it, even on my side, like the Datsun, I paid, okay, you want to play a game? Front cam. Front cam, okay. How much do you think I paid it 10 years ago when the floor was gone, the floors, they were gone, the floor pan, and it was not running properly? How much do you think I paid for that car? Probably you're gonna be under it because in the US they were freaking dirt cheap, those ones. Oh, zero, no, not that one. That's the Camaro I didn't pay. Trade for 6, Honestly, Killuminati, you're almost there. I paid $2,700 with pretty much a spare car in boxes that is on top of me right now in boxes still. I have like a whole ton of parts for it, and so can I get to? Sheesh, and that's getting hot in here. But yeah, pretty much I paid $2,700, and at the time a good one was selling for $7,000, 7 to 9. Today, a good version of that car, like one that is really like factory, well maintained and everything, it's $18,000. So it's plus $10,000 than back in the days. My BMW M3, I paid less than 10 grand, and nowadays they are selling for 25 on Bring a Trailer. That's crazy, honestly. That's just crazy. We have a plate. Even with bulk, you pay 10% price tax per car. Fair. Yeah, I just bought it in the right time. I knew the BMW will get like some probably decent increase in value because the E46 just started going crazy a little bit, and that one just like the E36 barely started going up when I bought it. Yeah. How much did you sell that car already, GS? But it was like a bit beaten up at the end. But yeah, I do agree, you paid a really good price. That's crazy. And now like a fully beaten up for the SX is like 5K minimum. There we go. That's so crazy. But the 10K cars there sell for 60K here, too much profit. Yeah, fair. Fair. Yeah, well, it's a problem even in Japan, you know that. Now it's getting said that you're in Japan, and except some specific places, most of the time you won't find any Skyline or stuff like that because they all got exported because of the profit. Dual side. So here we're gonna take a look where we're putting our little fuel system. I think we were talking about somewhere around here pretty much. We just want to make sure we won't be too close to anything bad, and also that the bell housing and stuff like that won't be too close to it. I thought about maybe mounting it straight to the engine like that. Could have worked also, but not ideal, I would say. So I think it's gonna be on the firewall about here pretty much, that we're gonna be mounting that so we have access to the plug easily. The only thing is, I need to keep in mind, I need to be able to read the gauge at the front, the gauge that we do not have at the moment. I missed a few messages there, I think. Skyline, not even an old Civic, man. You can do it here as long as it's older than 25 years old. Same here. R34 15 years ago, 25K easily. I asked a man who import parts from Japan, and he said, "Go forget it. There's no Civic lift." That's crazy. That's crazy. Like, just forget it. Just forget it. We're not talking about it. JS, penses-tu venir faire un tour à Québec bientôt? Ce serait cool de se voir. Je pensais à toi justement ce week-end, je pense. Je suis retombé sur des vieilles photos de quand on driftait avec mon Subaru blanc pas loin de chez nous, tout ça. Puis que c'était David ou toi qui le conduisait à ce moment-là, je pense. Puis j'étais comme, damn, on est dû, on est dû. Ça fait très longtemps. Here, I think I could see, but that's, I say that, but I don't have any wiring loom in place yet, right? Sheesh!
Oakfan 727. Shirdix 100.
Let's go.
Love it here, cœur étincelant, cœur étincelant.
Cœur étincelant, cœur étincelant. Thank you so much for the 100 BDs, Hog. You're amazing. You're amazing. Appreciate you. And I hope you know it. I also love it here. I'm so lucky to have everyone in here. J'ai monté à Lévis il n'y a pas si longtemps. Damn! J'ai même pas vu le Bronco encore, imagine. L'as-tu encore? Oui. As-tu réussi? Ils ont-tu réussi à trouver le problème d'infiltration d'eau dedans? J'espère que oui. Quoi? Non? Quoi? Oh, you got me there. I was like, dude, you waited for it for so long. No way you change it. I went away for 10 seconds and we are in France already. Bonjour, bonjour baguette. Yeah, I have a good friend of mine who's in chat. It's been a while I haven't chatted with him, so that's why we're switching French to English to Franglish to all of that. What's the solution? Not driving it in the rain? Freaking Bronco. Part of me will just mount that straight there since we're not using that anymore, but we need to keep access to that, so that's not a good idea. Part of me was thinking about mounting it right around here at the back, clearing the latch, of course, but like throwing that in there, but I don't think it's the best idea also. So yeah, I really think here is gonna be pretty much the best place. Hopefully everything's gonna still be fitting there, and so from there we just need that to go around and plug in there, and same on the other side. Maybe I will have to throw them like that. A bit more to the center will be even better, I will say. It's gonna get harder to see the fuel pressure there, which is not great, because that's basically here I'm gonna have a gauge, and that gauge first I need the clearance, but that shouldn't be a problem over there. But I also need to make sure I'm able to read it when looking at the front around here. So really right there right now I can read it pretty well through here, which will be good. But yeah, it's hard to tell if it's gonna be perfect though. Solution for driving a JDM 90s car in the rain, just if, nothing else. I'm taking Civic out on Friday and it's gonna be raining for 2 weeks. Yikes! La dernière fois que j'ai vu la gang, c'est quand tu es pas venu chez Sam. Fair. Fair. Moi, j'ai vu Sam en fin de semaine. Il était de passage à Québec avec Erika, tout ça. Fait qu'on a été super ensemble. The trick on the rain is to turn the traction control off, slow down around the corner, turn the wheel, kick the clutch, and counter steer. Well, that's with a rear-wheel drive, I will say. Well, yeah, what's that? Traction control? We won't even have that on the Datsun, and that's scary. I think, from what I remember, the computer can handle it if I want. I just need to take a look. I messed up my fuel pressure regulator placement on Volkswagen, it was so hard to adjust during tuning. Yeah, right? That's why I'm overthinking it right now, and you're just giving me pretty much a good reason to overthink it, right? Because I don't want it to be like, hey, I'm in your face. Because some people even put it like right at the front, somewhere around here, and bring all like, I'm not showing it pretty well. But yeah, hurt you. Some people just mount it around here, just bring their line straight in there, and then bring the return lines to that, which works, like bring the return line through the middle to the back. It works, but it's not aesthetic, I would say. Right there. Easy. No, but like honestly, I just want to find a great place without putting it in a place where it's just like, hey, yo, I'm there. The handbrake, gonna need a handbrake, otherwise some concept, so sunroof, take it or leave it. It is probably a manual sunroof, right? Yeah, that's lazy. I love to do things like, that looks great. I think what we're gonna do is really mount it at the back over there. I'm gonna remove the strut tower brace because we don't need that now. It's just there because I throw it in there this weekend to show a friend. What they say, when in doubt, flat out, rip Colin. Yeah. R.I.P. Colin McRae. What a legend, man. All right, so that we could take that out and drill that there. So for installation, it won't be too hard. And technically, I could increase. It could be right here if I increase the amount of bend on the bracket, so that my notch there will just be sticking out a little bit. Yeah, the placement is hard over here. It's not like as straightforward as I would like it to be. I could bring that one even further at the front a little bit. Yeah, I think here is really the best, not gonna lie. Even like if the adjustment might be a bit hard, I think it could work. Just try and think of how your lines. Yeah, that's yeah, the purple is cool, eh? It's so good. Enter and exit. Getting a wrench all in there. Yeah, well, as you can see, Archu, what I'm thinking of. Look at that. I'm messing with the cam, I'm sorry guys. There you go. So from here, that means the thingy with the gauge, I just need the gauge to make sure, but that will be around here, which you cannot see right there, but if I'm just spinning, like it will be right there, like, so you can see through here the gauge. Adjust from top. I have place for a wrench and an Allen key. The Allen key is right there, really accessible. And my line, the only one that makes a bit of a problem is the one starting here. Needs to go and do a 180 loop to get back in there. So that's the only thing I will say I'm not super happy about. Worst case, I can get a 90 degree or 180 degree like that one in here, which will allow me to run it like a bit better, I guess. A 90 degree looking over here will make it a bit smoother, I think. But yeah, I can try one thing to see how long it's gonna be. I will just plug a fitting at the end. Needs to get some pack of PSW RDGDM bolts to match. What are they? Are they the Allen key neochrome stuff or something like that? I want to maybe buy that because the fender here are pretty bad. Like all these are just some metal screws all over there. So I want to fix that and put some threaded rivet in there with some Allen key screw that will maybe be into some good looking neochrome or something like that. But yeah, anodized purple is awesome. The teal purple is just crazy good. And that's why I'm gonna be running a wastegate and a blow-up valve from teal. Honestly, it's just because we know it's quality teal and we love the color. So there you go, win-win. Nice. Oh yeah, you're talking about the one with the big ass washer, right? Yeah, you already sent that to me, I think, like a year ago. Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna be running these one exactly because the washer are a bit too big for the fender. What purple does right? Better not lose your car. Wait, what? No, I don't know what purple does. What does purple does to a car? I have no clue there. Wait, what? Oh, I don't have a. I'm not a warmer for 40,000 enjoyer. I never tried it, to be fair, so I have no clue what the reference are. Just like John Cena is invisible, hehe. It looks like a little man. Look at this. Yeah, I think at 90 degrees right here wouldn't be too bad. Because that one here, that's gonna be a straightforward plug and play thingy. Oh, wait. No, that's not a good place to mount it. I need to put it a bit further to the left right here, probably. Still easy to adjust right here, just harder to see the gauge. Yep. It has to be somewhere here. Reason for that? My heater core connector are right at the back here. If I want some heat in the car, I need to keep that there. So if I'm doing that, my return line is gonna be facing that right there, which is no good. While here, that will be okay. Let's bring a little fitting at the bottom here. What time is it? I need to make sure I'm not going over. Okay, we're okay for now. I didn't take a time for lunch because I eat before going on stream, which I'm happy about because I see all the people in here, but I'm telling you what, coffee is not super low. Yeah, I set an alarm, but I still need to be prepared not to start like welding something and going out in the middle of something, you know, just so for my peaceful mind, if I want to stay calm. All right, guys, I'm gonna run to the bathroom quickly. I really do need to go to the bathroom right now. So usually I'm waiting for lunch break, but I'm not taking lunch break. So I'm gonna be right back and we're gonna keep going on that. Love you, be right back. I'm back! Sorry if it takes a bit more time than I thought. I had some Amazon package. Let's go. Front cam. Hell yeah, baby. So, you know when you order something on Amazon and you're supposed to receive two and you receive just one? Well, that's what happened with that plug here. That should allow us to plug the headers O2 fitting at the front. There's a chat about chuggers and stuff there. Don't know what's up with that. Dual side. All right, so is it fitting? It is, let's go. So we know that we need to ask for the second one now. So we won't be running O2 sensors for now, so we're just gonna put that in there. Pom 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 pom. How big are they? I think it's, yes, biggest one. Okay, pretty much. Gonna have to take a look up there. There you go. And we're gonna be missing one. There was no sign of the second one in the package. Gotta make sure I did order two. 2 cents my nuts. Wow. Let's check. I think I did order two, but or am I dumb? Maybe I'm dumb and just order one, but I'm gonna have to check. I know what MPV is gonna think about it. I think I really just ordered one. Shit. Well, no big deal. I think super late dinner, I'm fine. Yeah. Yeah, dinner, that sounds great. All right, let's keep going here. So, now I was about to put that, I did put it in place. Let's keep going. So with that being said now, here that will work. Except that we have a shape in there, so that will work. That will be perfect, to be fair. And I think it would fix part of the problem for that line here, where it could twist enough for now and go back up there. Yep. I don't see where I could put that other way, like otherwise, if it was not somewhere here. Like even if I was to weld that bracket to an edge like that, that would be too high in the engine bay for sure. That will be too low, too close to the exhaust. Here it will just be ugly. Yep. 5-hour naps, fair. What the heck? 5 hours? That's crazy. That's a bit intense. Not judging. I'm not judging. Just saying. It's a bit intense. Yeah, I think it's safe to say we can throw that pretty much right there. It's just like the adjustment that's gonna suck a little bit. because with radiator and everything, there's no way I'm gonna be able to see it. However, I know one cheeky tricks and hurt you. I don't know if you're gonna approve that, but basically if the gauge is hard to read here, I can always throw my cell phone there to read it. So I'm not too worried about it. Like here would have been great, but I really need the heater core. Here I'm on 2 different level surface, so it's really throwing that quite far at the back there. Wait, what? Why is NPV talking to me sleeping with him in a tent? No. Heck no. Well, why not? I mean, no. I'm gonna go cry now. I'm gonna tell Phil NPV rejected me. Like I said, I don't want to mount it on the engine itself, but at the same time, like just talking a little bit, that would still be quite a good place. Maybe I could throw the bell housing in place to make sure of what kind of space I have. Front cam. Gonna go close the trunk. We're gonna lift the car, throw the bell housing on the spot there, just to make sure we see where everything's sitting there. I mean, why not coated by Vento? Pam, 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 pam. Front cam. Front cam. There's no point in having that camera in the corner, so you know. Raise it up. They are really synced right now, damn. Never mind. Oh, Raminta, you know what? We're gonna have the wheels next week normally. The new setup's gonna be there. I'm gonna send that to the shop to get the tire mounted with tire that we received this morning. And so we should be able to have a preview of the wide setup there. Look at this, already shown it a bunch of times, but look at the small tires we got there. Just some little, almost semi-slick tires. That's gonna be awesome. And that was a front tire, a little bit like a centimeter wider at the back. Yup. 245 at the front, 255 at the back. The back I went to with 255 because of budget and because I want to make sure, like camber wise and everything, all of that's gonna fit in the fender before going with the thick ass 275, you know. From there, dual side. 17s. They are 17 inches. I would have loved to see the 15 inches stuff, but yeah, it was just inappropriate for the build, let's say that. Let's remove the bell housing from here. And yeah, with 17 inches, it's just going to make it easier to put it back in place properly. Like in 15 inches, the diameter was wrong and a bunch of things was wrong. So, you know, it's just going to make everything better, pretty much. sec. I see stuff in chat, but I am in a bad position to look at it. Up. Just need to make sure I'm not throwing that transmission on the ground. Not with the price of it. I will cry for eternity. Up there. Yeah, what's up? Raw. I have a 19s in the Mustang, but I'm gonna go smaller and drop the car down, go wider. Yeah, wider is better, and I prefer having a bit more rubber than being too low profile on the tires. Coffee, I would say black with a bit of sugar, but lately, I'm not gonna lie, I'm thinking a cold brew with a bit of maple cream in it, and it is perfect. He injects it. Type of coffee isn't cocaine. Fair? No, not my style, but yeah, I drink a lot of coffee, but lately I put a bit of sugar in it. Like, I don't mind any kind of coffee. I love latte, I love everything, honestly, so it's no big deal. But yeah, cold brew is my go-to most of the time. Is it 13? Wait, that's 15. Lol. Yes, 13. And you, chat, what's your favorite kind of coffee? How do you drink your coffee? Do you drink coffee at all? My life will be empty with no coffee. And that's just straight fact, to be fair. For me, coffee is a miracle. Are trying my patience today. What's up, Jamal? What's going on with the mowers? Some of the old dudes there decided to fuck them up. To be fair, here the Datsun decided to be kind to us, so I appreciate that today. Tomorrow we will just have the fuel filter to put in place, and after that it's gonna be mounting some lines. Cutting, adding fittings, and throwing the lines in there at the back, and getting a bunch of stuff prepared at the front, but we cannot just yet push that in place. Oh yeah, you're not sitting on it, right? There we go. Can you just release it, please, sir? Smashing that with my hand is not like the funniest thing to do. Let's grab a rubber hammer. There we go. Easy. Bell housing extracted. Let's take 2 bolts. Let's bring that in the car. The one mower sounds like it's getting too much air and not enough fuel. I had to relash the fucking volts today. Oh, nice. Dark black with a hint of natural sugar, just like my heart. I love it. I'm gonna hammer you and PV. Just just want to sit here and watch someone else do all the work. That's fair. That's a valid point. That's pretty much what's going on. Front cam. Yes, I am. Do you have a problem with that? Alright, camera is not that happy. Dual side. Okay, so there we go. We have big ass flywheel ready to receive the clutch again, but we need to put the pilot bearing in place. But for now, we're just going to go and drop that thing in place temporarily so we have a good idea of what's going on. And yep, that confirms that we won't be able to put all that in there. Yep, we won't be able to go in one go with the transmission. That's confirmed. Let's go there. We're just putting that temporarily, so I won't thread all the way to front cam. Just lube it. Yeah, sure. All right, so there we go. We're gonna just go ahead, drop the car down again. Now we're gonna have like proper visual of where the transmission is gonna be sitting in. You know what that means, guys? We're probably going to have to lift the engine again. Didn't want to say it, but if the bell housing is not fitting well, I mean, it's in there. Maybe I can throw the clutch at the back right now. Because if I can throw the clutch in right there, which I think I can, that will mean I'm able to just go ahead and bolt the transmission to the bell housing, and that will be perfect. There we go. So why am I throwing that in there? That's a nice Pepe with some legs. I love that. My favorite is still people feet. People feet is awesome. So there you go. Dual side. There we go. So now with the bell housing there, we can pretty much tell where our fuel pressure regulator is gonna sit. So 305, yep, we're just going to take a look at that, decide exactly where we're mounting it, and I think after that it's gonna be that for today. Here we quite have the place to, we kind of have the place to throw the fuel line down and make them go wherever we want. Worst case, we could even put a 90 degrees bend if we want to throw them on one side or the other. I'm really thinking about bringing the fuel lines through here on top of the transmission. I need to look maybe on the internet what's the best placement for fuel lines, but I think at the top of the fuel of the transmission tunnel, it will be like way further from the exhaust system than it will be anywhere else. It will just make everything easier because from here to where it's outputting on the fuel tank, it's like a straight line. So we would have plenty of lines and everything. So I will love that setup, I think. Like I said, the gauge is really what bothers me the most here. If I was to put it over here, no, that's gonna be in the way where I want to get the engine loom out of the car. So it's, there's no question there. We're not doing that. Yep. I think it's gonna be over there. All right, that's gonna be a problem for tomorrow's us, I think. We're gonna be mounting that there. I mean, it's something we can always change. It's not like it's gonna be a big deal to change. It's just really, we want it to be as close as possible as to the final setup. We don't want to be messing around too much with that. But yeah, I think it's quite doable. Tomorrow we're gonna drill a hole there, or two, and we're gonna put some M6 or M8 threaded rivet. And then after that, we're gonna just bolt that in place, and that's gonna be it. Guys, I think it's getting to an end for today because I have a meeting in like 20 minutes. I would have loved to keep going. That sucks. Like, my next few days are just insane. My entire week is insane right now, but like the next few days, honestly, a lot of meeting, a lot of stuff. Just like if I was about to work again. Ugh. I'm gonna go for a raid. We have a bunch of people in here that's making a pretty cool raid right now. And you know who I have in mind? I'm gonna take a look. Hey, thank you all, guys. That was super fun. Nice to meet you, by the way. Killuminati, and thank you to everyone chatting in here that are new. I appreciate you 1,000. Thank you for all the new follows. I really appreciate that raid today. That was like so cool. So yeah, we're gonna go in the raid. We're gonna go see. Do you know the voice? Do you know the voice? Wait.
Nice melted cheese on it.
Let's go say hello over there. Broly. Exactly.
Sorry, another Mac for the crew.
So we're gonna go see some Daisy guys, okay? We're gonna go over there, we're gonna have a bit of fun. So honestly, I wish you all such an awesome day. We're gonna catch tomorrow for some more action on the Datsun. We're gonna get the fuel system pretty much sorted out. And if everything goes well, we're gonna be trying to install the freaking transmission. And that's a big deal. That's a real big deal. It's all good, Ravinta. So guys, have a nice day. I love you all. See you all tomorrow. Bye!
Kitten exploded.